We have an acquisition of signal on YouTube. What's going on, everybody? It's good to be back. Part 11 for the SLC-6 build today. Let me fire up Kerbal, and while Kerbal is loading, which will take a long time, we'll talk about how just got back from Michigan.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That was a nice little vacation, except for the end, but we'll get more on that later. We had to end up staying an extra day, but yeah. Did you hear about the news for Louisiana? Yes, I did. The day I choose to drive back from Michigan is the day that we just get an info dump on new SpaceX launch complexes. Is it let your hair hang down? What hair? Yeah. What about Louisiana? Did they create more swamp? Oh, dude. Give me a second. Space news is gonna be fun. Space is gonna be fun today. It's like all SpaceX news, dude. It's all SpaceX news. But here, let me show you. Let me show you what here. I'll show you that. What do you think? What do you think about that? Is that
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's that is that's a lot of launch pads. Not gonna lie, you definitely missed the EJ streams. How was vacation? What's up, YouTube chat? How you doing? Yeah, no, it was vacation was good. Yeah, it was fun. I didn't end up getting any car parts. There were extenuating circumstances, which is why I also didn't end up doing a meetup on the latter half of that vacation. We did it on the front half, but not on the latter half. That was fun. It's a good time. There's the SpaceX is 10 Starship pads. Yeah. Be safe, Ator. Yeah, that's
Discovery, go at throttle up.
that's a lot of launch pads, dude. Do you think there will be catch-only towers or bi-purpose? Oh, no. Guys, you remember how... Oh, man, Kerbal is loading up, so we'll just see if we are fully loaded. Do you remember? I don't know. You guys cast your mind back to a couple of... like any flame trenches or any space news that I've done where I've said, like, you know, you're not... I really don't think they're going to catch the ship on a pad with a booster sitting on it. I really don't think so. I still don't, for what it's worth. But the reason why is just because why? What if something goes weird? Your rocket engines are firing at the booster. I mean, it's kind of designed for that, but also at the same time, like, in order for Starship, part of this has been my theory for a long time. In order for Starship to really beat scale, you have to have a lot of pads. You have to have a lot of pads. You have to have a lot of starships. You have to have a lot of, well, every single part of this. You're not going to be able to do hourly launches with one pad. I mean, you could. You probably could, but then it becomes a ship problem, you know? You got to have enough starships to be able to fly like that. So, you know, a little bit of a reference here. You're going to need 24 starships to launch every hour, right? Hey, Chief. How are you and yours? Everything is good. So Don's where I'm at is like, if you need a lot of pads, why would you catch a ship on a tower with a booster on it? Why? What's the point? Just catch the ship on a pad that doesn't have a booster on it, and you're good to go. People say, oh, dedicated catching towers. Well, dedicated catching towers are fine as an interim solution, right? But if you're going to go through the whole thing of building the whole damn tower, why not just make it into a pad? SpaceX seems to have that same kind of idea. Why? There's no point in not having that extra flexibility. If you're going to build one of these, building 10 of them, you might as well, like, if you're going to build a lot of pads. And this basically supports like the ConOps, the concept of operations, where no starship, I think, is really, except for like maybe tankers, is going to do a catch on a pad with a booster on it. Oddly enough, I'm more interested in the SPMTs they have in this render. Oh, yeah. Did I see it right? This launch base is bigger than the Cape. It's... Yeah. Yes. It's... I've often said, Zizep, that like, oh, SpaceX should, use the VAB, right, for Starship, right? And they should use 39A for Starship. Dude, no. No. The VAB is not... If SpaceX had all 4 high bays in the VAB, maybe. But, yeah, you're not... with this type of scale, Complex 39 is not adequate. It's not adequate for hourly launches. It really isn't. In fact, I would say that even SpaceX's 3 pads at the Cape are not adequate for hourly launches. This is, though. Did you hear about the possibility of SpaceX building an airport there at Louisiana at the pad? Yeah, you'd be kind of crazy not to. But also, dudes, what did I tell you? Do you see any payload loading mechanisms, any crew access arms or anything like this? No. Starships are going to taxi to the pad. They're going to taxi to the pad on SPMTs. Yeah, they're going to taxi to the pad. Yeah, told you. I'm not saying I was right, but I kind of called that. And I don't think it's any secret having pads in 2s next to each other. So if you do catch a ship,
Discovery,
right,
go at throttle up,
and you want to put that ship back on to another super heavy, you can catch it and then just roll it over to the other pad and stack again. I don't think this supports any type of ConOps. You could catch boosters on one, catch ships on the other. You could tee up 2 starships. You could tee up 2 stacks right next to each other, launch one, launch the other, land the booster over here, land the other booster over here, and then land the 2 ships back here. Like, this supports, in 10 pads supports insane flexibility. Insane flexibility. Like, you could do a lot with this. This is basically to the point where it doesn't really matter. You can catch with pads. You could catch ships with boosters on the pad. You could catch it without. You could use 2 pads for ship catching. You could use 2 for testing. You could use 2. Like, with this many pads, with a 10-pad launch complex, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Then there was the memorandum that folds space control into the ATC upgrades. Yeah. Look at the transporters at 522. Oh, I've watched this video. I watched it last night, and it blew my freaking mind, dude. They now own 0.5% of the state of Louisiana. You can't lean on this render. There are boosters with 2 or 1 grid fins. It's just an artist representation. What? What? I'm not. I don't understand, Lev. What do you mean? You can't lean on this render. Are they not going to build 12 pads? Are they not going to build 10 launch pads? Like, is that not going to happen? I'm confused. I'm talking about what you can do. Heck, dude, you could go ham with 4 of these things. 4 of these, you don't need 10. 4 is fine. 4 would be good enough to hit their targets, like, easily. 10 is easy. You're playing on easy mode when you could build 10 frigging launch pads. You don't need to worry about launch pad logistics. You have 10 pads. Like, it's not a big deal. If a booster landed on a drone ship, wouldn't it give higher payload capacity? No, I mean the crew access arm stuff. Oh! Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. But, yeah. It's, taxi to the pad, baby. Actually, I mean, Lev, now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't think none of these pads are going to have crew access arms. I think this is for Starlink. I think the Cape is, if anything, the Cape pads are going to have crew access arms, if they do have them. Yeah. The Cape is for human spaceflight. I think this is just to support Starlink operations and tanking operations as well. I think that would be...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That would be, Brother, this is so freaking cool, dude. Will they need permanent NOTAM exclusion? The Cape has that, yes. Absolutely. What destinations can they reach from Louisiana? We can get more into that in space news, dudes. You could get anywhere. Anywhere that the Cape can go, you could go. Sure, easy peasy. Yeah, Starlink and data centers. That too. Dumb question. Do you think 30 launches a day is needed? Let me think about it. Give me a second. Yes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yes, I do. Yum Food, they're gonna... Okay, here. Let's do some basic extrapolation, okay? Think about this for a second. How often does Falcon 9 need to launch to maintain the Starlink network? Twice a week? That's maintaining a constellation of 10,000 satellites. And guys, I'm not trying to explain this. I'm talking myself through it. Now, we know... Okay, let's just go off of the logic extrapolation that they want to use Starship to make a similar constellation. I understand that the Starship Starlinks are way more powerful than the Falcon 9 V2 Starlinks. So you're ideally going to need less to get the same speeds that we have with Starlink right now, right? I think that's a fair assumption. Now, with all that being said, if you did want to use Starship, right, and Starlink to make a network of equal satellite capacity, so we're talking 10,000 satellites, I'd say once or twice a week for a Starship Starlink mission, right? That would be a fair assessment. Now, with all that being said, now you have the data center network on that. Now you have the Starshield network on that. You have Starmind on top of that. Layer it in, Yumfood. Layer it in. All these satellite constellations are going to need routine launches. Couple that with tanking missions for going to the moon to build their satellite construction facility on the moon or whatever. That should be enough between Starbase Texas, Starbase Louisiana, and the Cape. I think you have enough pads to maintain all of that. Like, yeah. It's really the satellite maintenance and the tanker missions. Now, the other thing to think about, dude, is that you don't... Do they need to launch 1 hour, like every hour on the hour every day? No. You don't necessarily build that to launch sub-hourly, or every hour, even though they could. They could launch 24 times in one day. I'm not sure how you're going to do that with 10 pads, but actually, the math kind of checks out. You have 10 pads, right? You want to launch one starship every hour, right? You'd need 24 pads ideally, right? But you can turn the booster around, even if the booster has 6-hour turnaround time, right? Even, well, actually, actually, you'd have to take into account a 4-hour turnaround between ship and booster. Yeah, you could easily do that with 10 pads, provided you have a 3-hour turnaround with the booster and the ship. That should be enough for a pre-flight check, etc., etc. That should be good. With 10 pads, it's possible. You could get that done. But the sub-hourly launch cadence, I honestly think, is to do the tanking missions. It's not that they have to launch every hour. It's that they can if they need to. Because a tanker mission is going to be, we know from the math, like 16 flights, right? 16 flights to fuel up, right? 10 pads could easily facilitate that. And do Starlink maintenance missions, Star Mine missions, data center mission, whatever. Like, you easily have enough pads. So let's just play off the notion you have 10 in Louisiana. You have, okay, personal theory, they're going to build more pads at Boca Chica, but you're still constricted via launches there, so they might keep it at 2, who knows. And then you have 3 pads at the Cape, right? So let's just say you build 2 at Boca Chica, you have 3 at the Cape, right? And then you have 10, so you have 15 pads, 16 tanker missions. Ah. Actually, nominally, it's 12 to 16 tanker flights. You have 15 pads. That's more than enough. I think my mission will be complete here, doing spaceflight coverage. If the stream, or NSF, us, like my stream, all we do is just... My mission will be complete is if we just become an ATC monitoring stream of like starships inbound and starships outbound. Like, it basically turns into a plane watching stream, but with starships. I will consider that mission success criteria for what I'm trying to do on this stream. You know? I know, Kenneth. Yes, dude. Dude, Space News is going to be so mint. It's going to be so mint. We got a lot, but let's play Kerbal for now. There's a lot of stuff to discuss. But yeah, Yum Food, I think they could do it. Now, somebody asked me, like, what about doing downrange landings with Super Heavy? Somebody asked me that over in YouTube. Why? Why? A downrange landing could move Starship, which we know should be able to move about 100 tons in the V3. What would a downrange ship landing get you? 120? A downrange landing with the booster isn't going to give you double the payload capacity. So why? Why do that? Why do that when you could have another Starship right behind it ready to punch another 100 tons up into space? I would not do downrange landings with the booster. Screw that. There's really no point to do that. You could just launch another Starship. That's that's like saying, why not put 6 engines on a 747 so it could take more? No, don't do that. Just fly 2 747s, right? Think about it like an airplane. It makes sense. Hey, Chris, welcome back. Hope your holiday was amazing. Yeah, it was good, man. I ended up having to spend an extra day in Michigan, but that's fine. It was a little bit of an emergency. So, it's all good. Now, where did we leave off? I was trying to get the external tank to get to SLC-6, speaking of pads. Now, the last stream that we did, I messed with Kerbal constructs, and we ended up building out pad infrastructure out here. And I built a pad far enough away that it's out of render range at KSC, so we could put our SLC-6 pad out here, and that's basically what we've done. Hey, Lewis, what's up? Downrange landing may be considered to not have 30 constant sonic booms over land, especially during the night. I don't think that really matters in Louisiana, Lewis. That's kind of would be a ConOps that constricts you for Florida or for Boca Chica. But Pecan Island, I don't think that makes a difference, dude. That's why SpaceX bought so much land, right? That's why they bought all that land, so no one can get near the pads. So here's SLC-6.
Go at throttle up.
Here it is. Forgot to resub. Thanks, Shmimron. And thanks for everybody, all the resubs. I've got to get back in the groove. But we had Tiger Fang in there. We had Nader. We have Electron. Smoke Doubloon. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you back. I hope you enjoyed some time off with Bremo. Yeah. I didn't get to see the spacewalks recently. Smoke, no. Dead Crew was in there. Dinkelberg. Add 2 in front of this, and you get one of the greatest prog rock albums of 2112. Nice. Jim had 100-monther in there. Yum Food, 23 or 39-month resub. Dasta guys in there. Peccadillo, JP, Not a Cat, Owl. Thank you, everybody. Did you stabilize the shoreline and rebuild the marsh before construction? I actually did with brushes and Kerbal Constructs. I built up a graded mound right here. You can edit the terrain with Kerbal Constructs, and that's yes, I did actually, Fluffy. What do you think of the Patriots moving booty away? Yeah, it's fine. Did you mention Tim Curry and Dolly Parton? No, but I'll tell you that streaming is a lot more than working 9 to 5. It's a lot more than that. It's a lot more. You need to work more than 40 hours a week to do this. Stop it. What do you mean? You can't hate on Dolly. Dolly's awesome. Anyway. Yeah, Tim Curry too. Yeah, it is what it be. So it do. All right, so we have SLC-6 out there. It doesn't have its crew access arm, but that's all right. Yeah, they got AJ Brown, but it's not football season yet. You know, everybody likes to cope and like, oh, it's preseason. I don't care. I don't care about preseason football games. They don't matter. When week 1 fires up, that's when we'll start talking hand egg. How many Starlink V3 satellites can fit into Starship? 60. My concern with Pecan Island is the amount of hurricanes that pass through there. It's a measured risk, Chris. It has to be a measured risk. Where the hell else are you going to build a space center that big? Honestly. Think about it, dude. Where else? And, all right, real quick, I'll just put it on Google Earth here. So, I have the whole pad out there, and what we want to do is, well, we have to make the transport jigs for our boosters and our external tank. That's what we're going to do today. But real quick, like, where else in the U.S. are you going to make a launch site this big? The Cape? There's no room. Boca Chica? There's a Mexico in the way. And there's a South Padre Island in the way. All of the prime spots for launch sites in the United States are in the cone of uncertainty for hurricanes. It's just kind of how it is. Bulldoze Puerto Rico. I think the Puerto Ricans might have something to say about that. Flattening Slough is always a good idea. Yeah, we're not going to demolish Staines for Terminal 5. We'll demolish Slough instead. Oh, wicked. North Carolina, the Outer Banks, just as susceptible to hurricanes. I'm sorry, it is. Wallops is good, but Wallops has the same problem. There's no way all the people that live here are, and there's Chincoteague Island over here too. There's no way all the people that live there and over here are going to take, you know, sonic booms every, like 24 sonic booms a day. Like there's no, Yeah, hurricanes are a problem, but Pecan Island and Vermilion Parish right here, this is where the site is fine. Yeah, that's the Northeast. Too many people. You know, many times I'm like, oh man, launching from Cape Cod would be fantastic, but there's too many yuppies up there. Honestly, a launch site right here would be prime. That'd be a great spot. But you'd need to, for something like Starship, you would literally need to have no people from the canal over, and that's not happening. That's not a thing. That'd never ever happen. Yeah, the National Seashore could go to hell. I mean, it would be like out here in P-Town, you're definitely far enough, but you're not going to launch all the damn time from out here. The people in P-Town might have something to say about that. Honestly, the best spot would probably be like right here. But Monomoy Island is still... you know, if they'd let you, you could get away with it. You know, build all the pads out here. But there's no way that let you do that. Maybe one pad and maybe like one launch a year or something. Hey, Engineer, what's up? Buy Somalia and launch from there. No. I don't think that's a good idea. Block Island? Nah. There's a Martha's Vineyard and a Nantucket in the way. I mean, but yeah, you could get away with launching down this way. Landfill Island, like that airport in Japan. There ain't nobody in the picture. There ain't no state in the picture, Electron, that has the balls to do something like that. There ain't no state in the picture no, we don't think big enough. You know what I mean. No, but no one's gonna do that. Key West? See, Key West is alright, but there's a Cuba there. You're really only gonna be able to launch this way out of here. Louisiana, dude. So Vermilion Parish is right here. Guys, their site, the land that SpaceX procured is basically this. That's the area. It's 130,000 acres. And the launch complex and everything is pretty much going to take up like this area right here. All those renders are basically right there. The idea is that you have a buffer. You have a buffer area so people don't have their eardrums exploded by sonic booms constantly. Yeah, we can't even get offshore wind farms. There ain't nothing down there. I go crabbing near there a few times a year. Yeah, this is a extremely remote area. There's nothing there. There's a couple of people here and there, but these folks are way far away from the launch site. It looks close on Google Earth. It is not close. Of course, Zep, yeah. Not just buffer production facilities for basically everything. Yep. If you were building a launch provider company as a startup and did eventually want to launch big rockets, where would you build the spaceport? It would have to be in the USA and it would have to be near the equator. No, it doesn't need to be near the equator, Luz. That is something that Kerbal ironically teaches you. It doesn't need to be near the equator. I wouldn't want an inclined launch site or a 1 near 0 inclination, because then you're screwed if you want to send something to polar. You're going to... Honestly, I'd say the sweet spot is between 20 and 40 degrees. So any launch site in this area right here would be prime. people in the area notwithstanding, because you can get it. It's the same delta V penalty for going to polar versus going equatorial. Actually, equatorial, you might have some problems. But if you're building a big enough rocket to scale exponentially like Starship can, it's not a big deal. I mean, it really doesn't. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter where you launch from, but yeah, ideally out here would be kind of good. But I don't think there's enough solid. There's not enough terra firma right here to really do that. So given how swampy the Louisiana location is, do you think a 2029 launch is plausible? Sure. In terms of launching from here, from Pecan Island, dude, you could... So, you could launch stuff due southeast and then turn during the ascent this way. And you could match the Cape's inclination, right? If you went out of here and went around Port Fourchon, right there, which is a gigantic oil rig. It's a gigantic oil rig tending facility. Because there's many oil rigs out in the ocean. You could launch around Port Fourchon, and you could easily get to Cape inclinations. You want to launch polar, you just go straight due south. You want to get to something like the ISS, you launch on the descending node and launch that way. It's actually a pretty good site. It's not bad. Alaska, maybe? Too remote. You think 2029 will actually happen? Didn't they show somewhere in the video that they're going to break ground at the beginning of next year? 2029? Yeah, for a first launch, sure. I think that's doable. Do I think all 10 pads are going to be ready by then? That would be impressive. But once again, this is what I always said. If you buy in bulk, it should be fine. You don't build one like orbital launch mount, right? You don't build one, finish it, and then build the other. At this point, you have to make an assembly line for them. And that way, 10 of them, if you're working in parallel, 10 of them does not take as long as making one full one and then going, make another full one and then going, make another full one and then going. Yeah, the staging area to make all this is going to be ridiculous. Osma Island, there's too many, it's too close, Bluz. Osma Island in Georgia, yeah, there's too many people. This is fine. I'd say this is fine. Yes, there is a risk of hurricanes. SpaceX it's obviously a calculated risk. And it's not like a Starship pad should be able to tank a hurricane pretty well. I'd be worried about salty air, but you kind of have that kind of part and parcel making everything corrosion resistant because every launch site is by the ocean. They brought this up on NSF. Where would the crew go on a V4? Monet, honestly, in my just straight up opinion, I don't think V4 is going to launch people on it. I think the human rated version is going to be standardized around Starship V3. The reason why? HLS is standardized around Starship V3. I think V4 is going to be a cargo variant. And when you think about it, it makes sense. Falcon 9 with the cargo fairing on it is way taller than it is with Dragon. Makes sense. Not that that's really analogous, but...
Discovery, go at throttle.
Is it correct that a single Starship V3 launch is equivalent to 25 Starlink V2 launches? Yes. How bad are the mosquitoes going to be? If you spray for them, it's going to be non-existent. You guys know you can spray for mosquitoes. In fact, it's encouraged. None of you guys own a house, huh? I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, if you own a house, you spray for mosquitoes. You spray for everything. Sometimes your town or wherever will do it for free because mosquitoes are not great. They're not great. They want to get rid of them. Hey, Canuck. George. Thank you for the Prime sub. Ryan basically said that exactly the same thing around crew being V3 based. Yeah. So, yeah, guys, you could spray for mosquitoes. You can keep them down. The other thing that I actually can speak to this, like, on top of, like, spraying your house. So what we do here, so there are parts of my state that are swampy and gross. Like, if you look here, Green Harbor, right? Green Harbor, dude. My P.O. box is actually up here. Right? So, look. Do you see these? You see how they dug all they dug all these lines? Like, those are obviously not natural, right? You dig reliefs in the marshlands, right? You dig the reliefs so it drains with the tides, and that keeps the mosquitoes down. So they could do stuff like this. There's mitigations. You can spray for it. It's not that big of a problem. See all the lines? You go out there and you dredge these, and it makes it so when the tide goes out, the marshes don't trap water. And if they don't trap water, it doesn't become a mosquito petri dish. Make sense? When we were playing cities, and we were looking at New Jersey's the same problem. Like when we were making the Stogats, they do the same thing. See? You dig reliefs so the canal, so all the tidal basins drain. Hey, Drew. It's going to be very fun and interesting seeing that get built out. Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Swamp. Meadowlands. Swamp. Meadowlands. It's the same picture. It's where the Jets play. Who cares? All right. So anyway, we could talk more about that during Space News. Let's jump into where we were at before. Let me get the tunage going. Haven't done this in a little while. But yeah, dudes, vacation was fun. It was a good time. I did a lot of car stuff. I didn't have time to go and buy stuff. I wanted to. But, hey, that's Jimmy Hoffa's grave. Shh. Shh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tell me about that. Joy 118 months. Thank you. Check High Bluff Trailhead. Yeah, we could do that during Space News, man. Let's, where were we at? RSRB. Service tower. External tank. Maybe I missed this. What was your #1 car spot you saw at the car rolling show? I saw 2 Plymouth Superbirds. Real ones. Next to each other. That was pretty cool. Check out SpaceX's tweet, Falcon Heavy. Oh my goodness. SpaceX is flooding me with space news, and I you know what? I'm okay with it. How many Fiero kits? I saw 1 Fiero kit. Oh. What?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Hey, Nightmare, what's up, dude? 58 months, that's a long time. Yeah. What is the small bump on the nozzle? I don't know. I honestly have no idea what the hell that is. Yeah. And why some of the engines have it and some of them don't. I have no freaking clue. I don't ever remember there being a bump there. But I'm sure somebody knows. I'd have to go and read. I don't know what the heck those little nodules. Check orientation from the outside. No. Also last. No. Is Starship as powerful or more powerful than Falcon Heavy? What? Yeah. Starship is way more powerful. Starship is as powerful as 3 Falcon Heavies. Super Heavy has as much thrust as 9 Falcon 9 boosters. Sensor? I don't know, dude. I don't know, SV. I don't know what that is. In terms of racking my brain for cars, dude, I saw it's more like what didn't I see? You're at when I was in Michigan, guys, I went to a lot of classic car shows. There was a lot. There was the Woodward Dream Cruise, there was the Heinz Dream Cruise. We went to Sick Michigan Miles. We went to the Cleater event. What is it? The Michigan 100, I think is what he called it or something. I covered the spread on classic American cars from like 1965 to 1975. Literally every car. I'm not even kidding. It's more like what didn't I see? There was like, I can think of 1 or 2 one-off things because, dude, there was everything, and I mean everything. I went to the Heinz Dream Cruise. That was this past Sunday, and it's 25-year exempt. So 2001 and below. I saw every year Camaro. Every single year Camaro. Period. I saw every year. Same with Mustangs. Every year, I didn't see a 64.5 because those are super rare, but from 65 to 2000, I saw every Mustang, and every 67 to 2000 for the Camaro. I saw every year. Like, we covered the spread. I was keeping track. I'm like, what the hell? You guys get a new truck? Yeah, we've had that for a little while. I just didn't want to tell anybody about it. They line up with the gas generator exhausts. Could be a heat sink. Yeah, Kenneth, I saw the post from Kiko. You should have picked up my Dark Horse from the Dearborn plant. It's on QA hold. Aren't the Dark Horses made in Flat Rock? I drove by Flat Rock. Should have sent me a message. Unless the Dark Horse is, I mean, the QA is done in Dearborn, so that makes actually more sense. Dark Horse SC. Yeah, I know. I saw one. They had one at Woodward. Yeah, I covered the spread. I saw every year Coronet from 65 to 72. Every year. No Coronet sedans, though. There was a 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. Now, the 71 and 72 Coronet only came in 4-door. But I saw every year Charger from 66 to 73. Every Challenger from 1970 to 1974. Those are the only ones that matter. Dude, covered the spread. I saw every year Torino from 68 to 75. Every year. Torino. So they switched it to a Gran Torino, to the Gran Torino in 71. Like, dude, every Fairlane from, Galaxy from 62 to 70. Yeah, I like I said, fellas, we covered the spread. I literally saw almost every single type of American car from like 1965 to 1970. It was bananas, dude. I'll bring the streaming setup back, guys. We'll go in with the auto streaming setup next year. We'll be a little more prepared. It'll be a good time. Dude, I just can't believe that. Any classic American car. I saw there were Ramblers, there were Rambler wagons, there was an AMX, there was a Javelin. All AMC stuff, like, dude, it was everything. Dude, by the end of the Heinz Dream Cruise, I was on such sensory overload. I stopped looking at cars. I was like, there were so many cars. Like, I was just like, Ford, Chevy, Pontiac, Oldsmobile. Like, I did, like, to save bandwidth in my head, I was like, I stopped calling makes. I was just like Ford, Chevy. You know, like, it was bananas, dude. A 70 Challenger Alpine White 446 pack. There was a 70 Challenger with a 446 pack and a shaker hood there, Panta. It was green with a black vinyl top. I saw my all-time favorite. I love 1970 Chargers. I saw 3 of them. I've never seen 3 of them in the wild, ever. I saw 3 of them parked next to each other. I'm just like, okay. Was it like apple green? No, lime green. I saw a 69 Coronet RT in B3 blue. The exact same car as mine, except 2-door. Same color. It was just, hey, Truzen's 30-month resub. Like, even thinking about it, my brain's just going, duh, you know, like, and intact. All right, let's roll. So, we're trying to build the shuttle stack here. Did you ask the owner if he wanted to swap? No, Heinz is a rolling show. I mean, I probably could have. So, it's a long stretch of road. The Heinz Road, Fluffy, it's like a park that has a road going through it, and it's probably like 10, 12 miles long. So what they do is they shut off the road. The cops shut off the road, and you're only allowed in at the 2 checkpoints on either side if you got a car older than 2000. And then what you do is you drive up and down the road and you scope out a spot, right? And then you park your car there. And it's a moving show. So all the cars are parked on either side of the road, right? And then you could just pull into the traffic and then just cruise up and down the road. So it's just a rotating show. You could either sit there, right, and watch all the cars go by, or you can get in a car and you get in a car, drive back and forth. Dude, I'm telling you, the moving auto show is goated. That's so much better than just a bunch of cars parked out in a field. Everyone should do that. It is Flat Rock. I had a brain fart moment. I know my factories, SVO. Yeah, dude. So
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I got to tool around in a 64 Thunderbird, and cruise it in a 64 Thunderbird, which was Thunder Cougar Falconbird. For the people that care, 390 with a C6 behind it, automatic. But it's a 64 Thunderbird, so who cares? So many people blasted eardrums. There were a lot of loud cars, yes. My phone went off, and it's like, you're listening to stuff that's too loud. And I'm like, all right. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. Let's go. One sec. Let me just set the vanes on the heat pump. There we go. All right, so quick overview, very high level overview. I'm building SLC-6, Space Launch Complex 6. It was a space shuttle launch pad that was built in the 80s at Vandenberg Space Force Base. And it was designed for Department of Defense missions with the space shuttle, ended up never being used because the Air Force pulled out of the space shuttle program in 1986 because of the Challenger disaster. So they built an entire shuttle launch site out on the West Coast, got to doing fitment tests with Enterprise, and we're probably like a month and a half out from doing the first mission, and then the Air Force said, nah, never mind. So, good times. It never did launch a shuttle, but if we were going to make a reusable shuttle launch pad in Kerbal, this is a much better, I'd say it's a much easier thing to make than trying to build the VAB and Complex 39 and a mobile launcher. With Vandenberg, the shuttle was built directly on the pad. So, what have we built? What have we tested? I've built a good amount of this in Kerbal, and it is functional. It's not for show. It works. In this diagram here, this shows you all the stuff that we really need to make. It's more of this stuff over here. So there's the payload changeout room, shuttle assembly building, access tower, mobile service tower, and obviously the pad, the launch mount. So I have the launch mount built, the mobile service tower is built, the shuttle assembly building is built. Obviously we have a shuttle stack. The only two things that we have left to really do on the ground side of things are the access tower and the payload changeout room. But that's not everything, all right? If the goal here is to build a reusable shuttle pad and to reuse my space shuttle in Kerbal. Send it up, bring it back down, put it back on the pad, swap the payloads, etc., and roll. All right? That's the whole point. Now, with all that being said, building all of those components that I just showed you isn't the whole deal. You have to build the vehicles that transport this stuff around so we can move them back to the pad. That's really important. You have to build the thing that moves the space shuttle. Now, in this case, I have this vehicle already made. It's a Cometo. The shuttle transporter, I already have that built. So we have that box checked. I built a transporter that's based off of this vehicle right here, and it can move my space shuttle around. It's good. Now, we also need ways to move our external tank. So see this trailer down here? We got to build that thing. Got to figure out a way to make that work. Hey, Grabshark. 81-month resub. Thank you. How much do we care about part count in the low to seed compared to where you first started making pads a number of years ago? This would not run on my other computer. It definitely wouldn't run on the computer that I started streaming KSP on. So we have to build all the transport vehicles so I can get my external tank out there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And, roll it around and be able to pick it up and bring it vertical, etc., Oversized load. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's the external tank comparatively to a Crown Vic. Fun fact, Starship's bigger than the orange tank. Just if you wanted some understanding of scale here. Actually, Starship's more or less the same size as the ET. It's just a little bit longer. Just a smidge wider, too. But yeah, that's the general idea. You wanted to see Crown Vic next to an external tank. So, we also have to build that, but that's... Don't worry about that. We'll do it. Yeah, we got to be able to do that so we could pick it up. But anyway. So, what I was working on in part 10 was a way to move the external tank out there. It resulted in a lot of explosions. Yeah, it wasn't great. Was the shuttle external tank reusable? No. We need Ford to make Crown Vics again. Did you get the selfie texture in KSP? No. No. I have not been near my computer. I've been a long way away from my computer. Why did the external tank looks like its nose was cut off? It was flat instead of pointy. In this picture. There's a cap right there. So it's a cap that looks like this. This is covering, that particular cap right there is covering the HASGAS umbilical. So the ground umbilical carrier plate. The ET side ground umbilical. That's a HASGAS vent. Now, why did I point this out? Well, the external tank is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, right? That's pretty obvious to anybody that knows much about the space shuttle. Now, with all that being said, the reason why the top is cut off is because it does not have the umbilical and venting system attached to it. The front of the external tank is pointy, Bluz. It absolutely is. But the vent system wasn't attached in that picture. The reason why it wasn't is because that's ET-94. ET-94 was a spare tank that was left over. That is the external tank that is at the California Science Center. In fact, that's a picture the picture with the Crown Vic is a picture of it being moved to the California Science Center. So when they were transporting the tank out here, they had to transport it via barge, right? And then they had to take it to the California Science Center, which is in Los Angeles. Like, it's not downtown Los Angeles, but it's pretty damn close. That's not near water. So they capped the tank all up, and then they moved it. Up there, once again, so if that's your hydrogen umbilical for your hydrogen tank, which is over there, this conic structure at the front of the external tank, that's the liquid oxygen tank. The liquid oxygen tank needs a vent. It needs a vent just like any other fuel tank when you're using cryogenic propellants. And what they would have done here, I like how this NASA picture has the Alarm Me watermark on it. Yeah, that's bullcrap if you think that that's your picture. Now with the ET, you're not going to put another vent line, the LOX vent line. You don't want it anywhere. Well, first of all, the vent line needs to be at the top of the tank. If it's not near the top of the tank, how is it going to vent gas? Vent lines are always at the top of the tanks. Fill lines are always at the bottom, right? So they made a special nose cone for the external tank that's also the LOX vent. The shuttle had a liquid oxygen vent umbilical here called the beanie cap. And what the beanie cap is designed to do is just pull the vented liquid oxygen out of the external tank and then dump it overboard. You can see one of the HVAC pipes out there. It's just basically a vacuum that pulls the venting away, because you don't want, what they were really worried about is that if your LOX vent is up here, right, and it starts venting liquid oxygen, it could cause the spray-on foam insulation to freeze and have ice accumulated on it. You do not want ice coming off of the external tank during a launch, because the shuttle's thermal protection system is right there.
Discovery.
You want to minimize the chance of the thermal protection system getting hit by anything on the way up. I don't think I need to say why. Hey, Sputnik, what's going on, man? Hey, Jack, what's going on? 69-month resub. Elon shuts down Falcon 9 from Florida. I guess he wants to light a fire under the behinds of his engineering department. I don't think it's as bad as everybody's making it out to be. I'll explain more later. Yeah. But anyway, that was a good question, Blas, yeah. We gotta find a way to move this damn thing. Hey, Bradley, 72-month resub. Thank you. I thought I built the transport truck for this thing. I may have deleted the transport cart that we made out of sheer frustration because I really wanted to get a shuttle stack built before I went on vacation, but it's okay. Okay. Yeah, we also got to figure out a way to move that as well. That should be fun. I'm gonna have to add attachment points here. The last shuttle stream, you were having issues getting a tank transported to tow. Could you use the Kometo to do it? Yeah. I don't think we need that many parts, that many wheels to do it, if that makes any sense. I'm thinking, dudes. So, I really wish I didn't delete the vehicle out of frustration, because this was the craft file that we were using. That's kind of annoying, but that's all right. Give me a second. I'm just trying to remember what I did. I know we could go watch the VOD, but the VOD isn't going to explain much. I was thinking we could suspend it from the docking ports, but now I'm kind of thinking that probably isn't the best idea. We could put it on the Kometo if we really wanted to, but the Kometo is designed to mount the shuttle. Like, and I could redo the mounts. That's totally a way to do this. I'm thinking, dudes. Give me a second. Let's build. I still have my parts in here. That's kind of cool. No, not a Clydesdale. We need the kickback. Yeah, but the Kometo works. Touché. Let me think about this for a second. The Kometo's... So, Drew, what you're saying is the Kometo's designed to hold the shuttle up. If you were saying we could... Yeah, okay. All right. Hold on. The Kometo has these mounts on. It has the mount for the front. We'd have to make a specially modified version of one for the external tank, right? That could pull the ET, right? Where's the center of mass on this thing? Oh. Damn. Oh, okay, Cyberlink. I don't think I need to do that, but yeah. Drew, the biggest thing I'd be worried about is the center of mass, because, look, let me show you. Please hold. Where is the Kometo? I know I have it in here. Hello? The center of mass is showing when empty. We don't bring the external tank fully fueled to the pad. Heck, we're not even bringing our SRBs fully fueled to the pad. Oh god, Mr. Ideas is back! Oh, Crab Shark's here, guys. Everybody cover your noses, he stinks. Hi, Grav. What's up, man? How are you? I heard that if I punch you in the you heard that if I punch you in the nose, you run away. Okay. Boop. All right. Here's the thing with the Kometo. Look. So, I'm just going to say that that's probably an older version and we'll call it a day. So here's my problem, Drew. The center of mass on the external tank is going to, it's not lined up with all the wheels, right? We want most of our wheels here. So if we were going to make it move with the Kometo, it'd have to move like that. you'd want your center of mass over the most amount of wheels. So we'd have to, first of all, we'd have to move the tank upside down to use that connection. And I'm kind of inclined to do that. Hey, Max. Oh my goodness, it's a white external tank. Yeah, baby, dude. I don't have an orange texture for this thing. So STS 1 and 2 is how we roll, son. Wait, hold on. Max, a photographer from NSF is here, so I'm gonna take a picture of this moment. It's going in my cringe complete. Oh shoot, the lens cap is on. I'm gonna take a picture of this moment. Sweet. Done. Anyway, so this is going in my cringe compilation. You're naughty. Hi. Question, if you slapped a carbon fiber nose cone onto a super heavy, could you launch from Starbase Texas and catch the new one in Louisiana?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
John, it already has a nose cone on it. Why have a nose cone? It already has a nose cone. Dome shape. Good enough. I don't think SpaceX is going to need to. I think maybe as for an initial capability out of there, just like the Cape, dude. But yeah, I don't think so. Got to take the lens cap off. I'm sorry, I'm not a photographer. I'm a Kerbal correspondent. Why not a stainless steel nose cone? Why have a nose cone? You have the dome, the tank dome. Tank dome should be good enough. But, I mean, yeah, they could just use Starship's stainless nose cone, just put that up there. You could probably get away with that. If you wanted to do like a ferry flight with your super heavy, but I don't... Starbase to Louisiana? Maybe. I'd be worried about the booster overheating. How was your break? It was good, Vargon, yeah. Did a lot of car stuff. It was fun. Anyway, let's keep focusing on this. Tier 1, we could see you. Carbon was weight reasons. Weight reasons? With Starship? Oh yeah, Kerbal corresponded. Seen many Kerbals? Yeah, maybe a little on TV. I use a Canon R5 as your primary and an assortment of lenses. Bought and Canon mirrorless are all great. Oh, you're talking to Bloss, right on. So we'd have to have So could we move the tank upside down? Like, I don't really see why we couldn't do that. Like, is there any real downside to moving this thing like this? We wouldn't be able to pick it up this way, dudes. We'd have to back it into the pad complex, and then I'd have to hook up the MST crane, which is over here, to that side. You can't move it this way. It has to be moved right side up, so lining all that stuff up is not really in the cards. Drew, I don't mind using the Kometo to adapting this thing. I don't see why not. That should work. I'd have to redo some of this, and that's okay. All right. Okay. Drew, you sold me on it. This'll work. There is some things we got to think about, and this is where my mind is going. I figure I'll just tell you what's going on in the old noodle up there instead of just sitting here going, right? All right. So, we need to make a special bracket to kind of get the center of mass of the Kometo, or the center of all the wheels of the Kometo and the tank to line up. Not a problem. Easy peasy. That's the easy part. We would want to hook up to the ground umbilical carrier plate there, so I'd have to make a hookup for the GUP because that's how we're going to carry the external tank physically around, right? That should... Well, actually, we don't necessarily need to do that. We could make the arms, put the arms out, and we could hold the tank with Kerbal attach if this thing doesn't want to blow up. I have an interesting idea. I do not know if this will work or not. What about making some curved arm and pinches that attach to the attachment points? What, like that? It's a good idea. Anyway, I'm thinking I did that thing again where I went, ah. All right, so say we can do this, right? That actually looks pretty rad, towing it around that way. Okay. Building the bracket and everything, that's the easy part. How do we get it to the pad? Or how do we pick it up? Well, I have hoist points there and there. So we have hoist points on the sides here, and we have the hoist points here and here to be able to pick it up. That's to be able to pick it up and slot it in between the SRBs. Does my crane, do the cranes that I have out there have the proper rigging for this? Because we have Kerbal attachment system now. We need to make sure that we have the right spreader bracket, etc., to be able to do this. So do we carry the bracket with the tank? Yeah, Hangman, you're thinking about the same thing that I am. Where is the master craft file for the pad? Should be in here. Prototype launch plate R2. This is it. Does the front crane have the right rigging? It does not. What about the SAB crane? No. Is there anything against using the existing hard points used for the shuttle to set it on the transporter? I'd have to make a bracket. I thought about carrying it upside down, but it won't integrate correctly if we carried the tank upside down. Didn't you consider storing the spreaders at the pad? I did. Yes. Yeah, Aqualex, if we move the tank upside down, we'd have to back the tank in. And if we back the tank in, that means the tall crane would be suited to grab the back, and the short crane would be suited to grab the front, and it would rotate it. We could get it vertical, but once you get it vertical, this crane needs to be able to move it onto the pad. See what I'm saying? I was just thinking about that a second ago. Hey, Geeson. 100 bits. Oh boy, here we go. Large birds often get bullied because of how big they are. You could say that they're ostrich size. Ostrich sized. Lovely. Okay. Okay, that didn't. What am I building, Amber? A launch site. I'm building a whole launch pad so I can reuse that. That thing right there. See that? We're gonna reuse that. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So, Amber, I'm building out SLC-6, Space Launch Complex 6, at the Cape, circa 1985. Shuttle launch complex. I want to reuse my space shuttles. I want to land them, take payload out, put payload in, bring it over to the pad, pull it upright, and send it. Now, we have had some success with this. Let me show you. There was me testing my cranes, and then I put out a pad that had the external tank and 2 SRBs attached to it already. And we were able to lift the shuttle up vertically, pick it up, and attach it. See? It was pretty good. Pretty good project. This, unfortunately, was just a mock-up stack. We didn't launch it, which I tried to, and it blew up because it was a mock-up. But that's the idea. You should use these screenshots for your YouTube thumbnail. Okay? I'm just thinking. All right, you know what? I'm going to stop thinking. Let's build. Let's look at the... So, what I did with the shuttle... You know, Amber, you just got me thinking. What I did with the shuttle was I just built the bracket for it. We built the bracket for it, we built the transport vehicle, and for testing purposes, we moved it all at once. We could figure out ways to not do that in the future, so we could reuse the brackets, or we could say screw it and just put a new one out every time. Thing is that how are we going to attach the new bracket? Say I land a shuttle, right? We land a shuttle, we bring it, we get it onto the Kometo. What do we do with it? How are we gonna attach the new bracket? Right? How's that gonna work? Right? Do we leave it at the pad? Do we... Yeah, they would have left these things at the pad. Well, not at the pad, at the integration buildings. They would have left them there. All right, let's do some SpaceX stuff. Let's make it work. Let's make it work first before we do anything. So we need... The front bracket needs to just be a docking port. A docking port with a spreader bar that goes to umbilicals. And... yeah, the rear one needs to be that as well. That should be pretty easy to do, I think. Build a crane to attach the bracket so you can use it as another crane. Yeah, that's a good idea. There we go. All right, so how are we gonna move this thing for transport?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sathron, 100 months. Thank you. All right, let's get to building. Hey, Matt, what's going on? All right, let's do the thing. Where's the center of mass on the external tank? Center of mass is right here. Now, if we attach the Kometo, right, and we move this down here like this, and we put the center of mass more or less in the same spot, right, that means that the center of mass of our transport vehicle and the center of mass of the tank are basically coplanar. They're lined up. That's close enough. And that does kind of center us around the wheels. Oh boy.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
A Spanish magician left mid-show. During his disappearing act he counted, uno, dos, and then disappeared without a trace.
Okay. G3PO, what's up, man? Good to see you again. I went to see my doctor this morning, and he asked if I knew what a document was. He looked at me puzzled. I pulled my mints out and said, "Here, doc, have a mint. Document." Seth Ron, thank you for the 100 months. Everybody else there? No. No. You guys are making it really difficult. You guys are making it really difficult to focus today. Oh my goodness. Oh my god! Stop! The game is so bad! Alright, so we're gonna need to redo these so we can get rid of the shuttle transport posts. We don't need those. That fuel cell needs to stay there because that's the motor for this thing. That's kind of important. We kind of need that. The forward docking port we don't really need. But that's the root part of the Kometo. Thinking. Actually, if we kept the shuttle points there, we can make it so it can transport both. Why not? Right? Like, why not? I don't see why not. Is there any way to get the external tank to flow up the stack? I don't see why not. New shooter had a playtest while you were on vacation. War Dog sits between BF6 and Squad on the Milsim scale. I will play War Dogs, don't worry. Yeah, we're gonna play that. But we're gonna play some Battlefield tonight, I think, for after hours. Tim, welcome back. We're still here. They're still in. Welcome back. We're still here. They're still in space. So what I'm thinking right now is build a bracket that adapts the shuttle mounts to pretty much anything. So the Kometo can be used to move anything. You could move it. You could use it to move brackets if you really want to. You could use it to move whatever. That's actually not particularly a bad idea. Will you try out the new LEGO version of Cities? Yes. All right. Make something that works. Make something that works. I gotta remember how to do this. How to build. It's been a while. All right, let's just get rid of all that. Screw it. We don't need it. Don't take it. I don't need it. We'll leave that up there for fun. And what we do now is we take a I-beam off of this, we put this down here like that, right? And we move this up and we make sure that they're aligned. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, it's not. Now it is. Okay, that's aligned. So we need to set this grandparent strut, set that to grandparent strut. Gotta mess with the angles here a little bit to make this look not like doo-doo. Put the external tank on your truck. All right. So now, yeah, we're gonna need an attachment point, and then we need an attachment point for the back of the tank too. Tim Curry passed away. Now he's off to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Spies! Still funny. Still funny. You know what? You know what, Formic? You know what we need? You know what we need? Because of that? Yeah, Blaz, I probably did. This won't nuke the VOD, dude. You're good. That docking port doesn't need to be up in the air because it's not a shuttle. It's not the shuttle transporter, right? So I'm just going to reconfigure this a little bit so we can get the external tank a little closer to the ground. And that means we don't need to... Well, it's crazy with this. Now, let me think for a second. We need the GUP attachment piece. So I was thinking we could hold it up from the Kerbal attachment piece there, but you can't hold it up from that. The reason why you can't hold it up from that is because that's what I need to pick the stupid thing up off of the vehicle. We need to attach that to the big cranes in the integration building, so that's not really going to work. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this, and what we really need to do is make it so it docks to this port first. Eyeball that, and then what we could do is this. I can use the SRB the physical SRB attachment points, right? To hold the thing in place. That, coupled with a holder in the back, I think should do us right. Forte might have some rigging ideas. Yeah, only we were doing this at sea, right? Like, okay. Have you both enjoyed your extra day of vacation? Oh, no. There was a family emergency on Brimo's side of the family this time. So, no, we really didn't. But, you know, the rest of the vacation was pretty sweet. You know, the rest of the vacation was great. get rid of that, get rid of that. Get the music back. Oh no, not again. Yeah, Bree's grandma was in the hospital for like the last part of that vacation. That was fun. So, yeah. She needed to be operated on for reasons. And we just thought it wouldn't be right to leave when she was into surgeries. So, yeah, good times. Yeah, no, that last day of vacation was not vacation. I spent it in a hospital, if you really want it. And you know how much I love that. Yeah, you know how much I've been really into that whole, going and waiting at the hospital, especially this year. That's lovely. So, yeah, it was awful. Yeah, great. So I'm just gonna, these triangles are basically here to just make it look like the attachment points are attached to something. There. All right. So that should hold that in place. What's the plan with these thrusters? Those are the SRB hold down, or the SRB attachment points, the physical attachment points. I don't want to use the docking port because the docking port could cause explosions. So somebody over in YouTube chat, Drunar, had the idea of just using the shuttle transporter and modifying it. So that's what I'm going to do. You're my favorite space shuttler? Oh, thank you, Gray. What are these two SRB thermometer hookups? They're attachment pins, dudes. My SRBs are physically attached. I use same vehicle interaction. Watch. In order to get my SRB separation correct, when I engineered this vehicle, and I engineered it that anticipating that we might one day actually make it reusable. So I took this into account. Now the real SRB attachment point, guys, looks like a plus sign. Okay, how does it work? Well, the SRB on either side of the inside of the SRB, you have two L's that are like this. So like the SRB would be here, and there's a little nub that comes off the side that has a point that like a pin on it, right? The SRBs, the pins on the SRBs actually go through this, right? And you can see that the external tank uses that to move it. Right? They pull the external tank from the SRB hold down pins. Now I know people are going to say, there's a plus sign here. So what do you mean there's a plus sign? So the top and the bottom of this kind of cross here is used for the pin and the frangible nut. When the SRBs separate, right, the nut explodes, right, and the pin slides out of the external tank. So the SRBs actually fall backwards first, and then they go out to the sides. So, you get that very, very, very distinct space shuttle SLS separation system where it goes back, and then the SRBs do this. They go back for a second, and they go out, and they just stay back like that. In order to get that right and get the separation right, I needed to make a pin. Now, this was when I played, I still kind of do, with the exception of Kerbal Attachment. I don't have a pin. There's no pin in this, right? And we needed to make it reusable, just in case I wanted to reuse my SRB, so we couldn't use a decoupler either. So I had to go with a docking port for, once again, reusable SRB, right? If I ever wanted to build these shuttle stacks like what I'm doing now. So I opted for the pin. Now the problem here is the pin is not, well, it kind of sucks. I couldn't really fit the damn thing in there. The pins on the SRBs, guys, are maybe the size of a baseball. They're not very big. I can see if we can find one in the collection. I know I have a picture of it somewhere. Let's back out. And you can find pictures of these things. It's not like it's some crazy super duper classified thing. Everybody knows like how all this stuff is attached. There it is. See the little nubbin coming out of the SRB? The pin isn't actually in there yet. The explosive bolt is not in there, but if you look, see how this piece right here is flanged, or not flanged, it's kind of tapered, or beveled, I should say. See how it goes inwards, right? That piece picks up on the external tank, right there. See what I'm talking about? So like the external tank has the hole, right, and the SRB has the pin. I know, I fully understand the animation that I'm doing with my hand. I get it, right? Like it slides out, right? Explosively. Yeah, there. Ruin the analogy. I get it. Now, what are the side points? So this down here is for electronics, so they can connect all the sensors to the SRBs. That's what this is for. That is your umbilical that rides through the pin. There's a data connection here and then a power connection as well. The top point right here on the external tank is used for hoisting. Okay. Now, what is this thing? This is one piece cast aluminum and it's billet machined for the SRB. This is the hoisting point for the ET. Now, here's the thing, guys. Kind of a little bit of a tangent here. Could I re-engineer it to do this? Could I re-engineer it to work? Sure. Sure I could. Getting the docking port to kind of work might be a little... How is the ET transported in real life? They used this weird wishbone-looking cart thing. There's a picture of it, Trey. So at the back, they bolted it to a piece right there. There's like a carrying bracket. This carrying bracket would be removed once the external tank's in the vertical position, and then they just spray foam over it. Which, honestly, I think that's kind of dumb. It's kind of a dumb way to do that. Because that means you're going through con ops during integration where you have to apply spray-on foam, and that's kind of defeats the point of the whole reusability thing, but whatever. And then the wishbone part of the cart, right? So the cart's one big I-beam, right? And you have a set of trucks at the front, and you have a set of trucks, well, at the back and the front, right? And up here, at the ends of the wishbone, you have the pin. So they hold up, this is holding up most of the tank. That bracket in the back is just to make sure it doesn't move around. But this holds the tank. And then when they went to pick the external tank up, I have a really good picture of this. There's another shot of the pin and the housing and everything. When they went to pick the ET up, they used the side attachment bracket. Now you can't see it in that picture. Where's my damn picture of it? We've got to that point in the stream where EJ can't find all the pictures in his collection that he needs. Hey, Dan. Welcome to Flight Control. Thanks again for the Artemis 2 streams. They've helped me a lot lately on some long and difficult days with work. Of course. Hey Randy, what's up, dude? Not sure if you remember my good friend Just the Dutch guy who would sometimes raid you stream. I know, someone told me. Yeah, I know, Randy. I heard. Yeah. Viewers of the stream and my streaming friends all have started to die over the last couple of years. If I were you, Chad, I would run. There's the picture of them hoisting. Trey, check this out. See the bracket? It's attached to the side. The reason why, and I know what you're going to say, the bracket's attached to the side, but the external tank is hanging correctly. The external tank's center of mass is slightly off the center line of the tank. The reason why is because you have the shuttle attachment bracket on one side. So the COM is slightly off the center line. So that's why they could hoist from the top of the, or from the side of this point, the plus sign. They can hoist from one side and the external tank gets picked up straight. And Bluz, you were asking a little bit earlier, there's your beanie cap attachment piece. That's the LOX vent line. Yes, Daitor, he passed away, it would have been 2 weeks ago now. He was on a train, and yeah. Also, there's the shuttle lifting brackets over there. They store them in the VAB. It'd be probably good for us to do as well. Anyway, yeah, Randy, I heard about it. That sucks. I didn't really want to talk about it, dude. Yeah, I've had that's 2 fellow streamers that have died in the past couple of years. That's great. Really don't like that. You introduced me to the stream, so yeah, just wanted to check in. Sorry for bringing it down. Keep up the nice work. It's all good, man. It's all good. Anyway, yeah, that's how they pull it, Trey. Pretty smart, but when I went to do this, I was like, you know, I'll just use 2 one on either side because I'm not entirely sure I could get this correct. But honestly, it should be able to. I don't see why we couldn't. But using 2 is probably better in Kerbal, just to be a little bit more precise in our integration. So you know what? I just talked myself out of it. I'm gonna keep doing it this way. This way works. Plus another friend. Yeah. No. Hey, Visualize, what's up, dude? Sorry, Blaz. My bad. Remove that piece from symmetry. We only need it on one side. Okay. Now we just need something for the back attachment. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. That sucks. That sucks so much, dude. Yeah. All right. So if I take one of the KAS pieces, the winch piece, and we kind of do this. That should do us, right? Keep everything nice and centered. Another thing we can do back here is just put the triangles in. There. Now the bracket doesn't look like it's just a bunch of triangles that I taped together. Nice. Set that to same vehicle. Collision, same vehicle, collision. Actually, it'd probably look better if we did this. No, it still looks weird. Cool. I don't like any of that. We'll do it this way. So this we can use for centering the thing. There, and just make it look like it's attached. And that can handle our attachment. Okay. The next thing that we have to do is just make the attachment brackets. How did they let's look at those tank hoisting pictures again. Literally just a spreader bar. Wait, what the hell is that thing? What is that? What is that thing? Hold on. I don't know what that is. Give me a second. Time to learn something. Is it in this picture? I can't see. That's the wrong side. Is it in this picture? Nope. Oh. Huh. Huh. I don't know what this thing does, guys. I have...
Discovery, go at
Wait,
throttle up.
is there a cable? You know what? We gotta... You know, this is a picture from Collect Space. What is that? That's so weird. I don't know what that piece does. Here. This is from when they lifted ET-94 at the California Science Center. There's something that's triangulated out there that I am unaware of. Tagline? No, the tagline's down there. Here. I don't think, I mean, maybe drummer, then, but why? Damn it. I don't know what that's for. Huh. Yeah, Dan, maybe. I don't know. That's... Yeah, see, that has it too. This is an old freaking picture. This is another collect space picture. That is the Saturn V dynamic test stand. They used it to test shuttle integration at Marshall. There's something going on with this bracket, dudes. To my eye, it looks like something that would change the length of the cable to rotate it under one lift point. Point at what you're looking at. Well, you have a spreader bar here, Ohm, right? And that's going down to the external tank, the SRB attachment points. We know that. Now you have pendants here that with cables that are going up to the crane that's pulling it, but there's a triangulated piece right here. The triangulated piece has a cable that, from what I can tell, it looks like it's going down the external tank and attaches to the back of the external tank. I don't know why that's there. I don't really get what that bracket does. And you guys are saying for rotation, but they use two cranes to rotate it. Now, if you look at ET94 right here, this is from my buddy Tarek over at space.com here. Like, no. See, look, when they did it here, they made one out of a spreader bar. It's the same thing, though. Pretty sure that's how they rotate it. Stopping the base penduluming while it's being swung in. Honestly, I would not look at the museum lifting pics because that is more recent after the shuttle hardware is probably scrapped or unusable. But Drummer, this shows that whatever it is, see, okay, why do I care? Could I make it without the triangulation? Absolutely. The triangulation is there for a reason. It doesn't matter if it's the spreader bar with the museum pictures or them testing the external tank in 1978 on the dynamic test stand. It has that, and that's there for a reason. Check DMs. What is this? Single crane lift, the jig rotates the tank. No, that's not right. That's not right. I see what you're saying, but that's not right. No. There, dude, I have pictures of the tank in the rotated up position with the rear crane still attached. Not that picture. This one. Look. See what I mean? The rear crane is still attached and you still have this thing there. It doesn't look like that thing is attached to anything in this picture. You can rotate it with just the two cranes. It's also possible that they used it only during the no. No. No, there's another reason for this thing. So, it's clearly a winch and a cable. Very clearly we can see that. What is it for? Pulling from here when the external tank is horizontal is not going to do anything. If anything, that'll nose the tank down, right? So they lift up one crane, get a vertical. Now why? Why do you need this here? When the tank is in the vertical position, right, and you can tug on the aft attachment points, it's going to rock the tank back and forth. Just that's it. It's for lining up everything. That's for alignment. That's an alignment winch to make sure the tank is fully straight when they go to attach it to the SRBs. I'm pretty damn sure that that's what that's there for. Now, here's the thing. If that's the case, I don't need to worry about that. I have my double pins. My double pins on either side solve that problem. So we don't really, I don't think we'll need it. I don't think. I hope. But I don't know for sure. Can we find some time lapses of them putting a shuttle stack together? Of NASA putting one together? Let's go to images.nasa.gov and we need shuttle stacking. All right, let's try this. NASA. That's the SRB assembly. Okay, that one's a dud. That's the RPRSF. Shuttle engine installation. Space shuttle status report. All right, that's no good. I want integrated con-ops, dang it. Type in ET stacking, shows the shuttle. Okay. Sorry, Dons. That stinks. You know what, man? We should probably design that capability into this vehicle. We should probably do it. Yeah. Right? Like... Right? Why wouldn't we? Yeah, it makes sense. The ability to swing the tank back and forth is probably, well, like I said, I don't think it's going to make... Yes, we absolutely need that capability now that I'm thinking about it. Double pins or not, the external tank has a center of mass bias towards the top because it has the shuttle attachment brackets and the fuel lines and stuff on it, right? So even if I get that tank perfectly square, we hang it on the pins, there's still a possibility it's going to want to rock a little bit. This will shore it up right when we go to attach the strut. Ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's design something. Rick. Okay, all right. How are we gonna attach the brackets? Right. To make the brackets, it'd probably be better to build it off of that docking port. So freeing up that docking port, which is technically what the transporter is attached to right now, is... I can just add another... And we can just use that one for now. I think. We need to make a triangulated thing. How are we gonna do that? No matter. We could just have a downward facing docking port. That should work. Like with logic. Yeah, that'll do just fine. All right, so this thing needs to be like that, and then it needs a spreader bar. We need the spreader bar. That's important. Is that spreader bar enough? It's definitely not. You know what? I'm gonna design this to get the right triangulation. I'm gonna design it this way. We'll design it as if the tank is hanging vertically. And then I'll make my triangulation based off of that. Oh man, that thing is freaking huge. It's a huge bracket. Ooh. That's pretty big. Okay. So when we take the tank vertical, we can undo the rear tank, and then we could use we'll have to put a winch here. And that's got a pole. Somebody thought that they were gonna do this like once a week. Sorry, I just had a random passing thought. Like, there's somebody out there's like, yeah, we'll launch this like all the time. It's like, sure about that, or are you sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure you're gonna do that? Okay, you know, that's cool. These are just for lining stuff up. Hey, Blake. Glad to see you back. Hey, it's good to be back, dude. All right, we don't need that anymore. He said as he deleted the wrong piece, removed the piece that he just took time to place, like an idiot. Okay, there. Don't move that. That would be stupid to do that. Okay, so this is going to need, we need the winch. We need one of them.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Hibbit, what's up, dude? They thought they were. Then every week became about 4 times a year. Yeah, Eric, like, I'm just kind of taken aback a little bit, like, this is how they wanted to do this. I mean, I suppose you could do it, like, as long as this, I mean, that's just a, yeah, I suppose you could, but yeah, the only way you're gonna really launch the shuttle once a week with this type of integration, like the way they're doing it, is honestly, you'd 3 shuttle mobile launchers, 2 high bays. Yeah, yeah, you need to be building shuttle stacks 24 hours a day. Yeah. Like, yeah, you could do it. It's doable. If not a little, yeah. Shuttle snacks? I'm listening. Everybody likes shuttle snacks. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this piece. We'll just use the holders in the back. Give me this piece. So I don't really want to add too much more to the external tank, right? And if we put that right there, the real one does split. It splits a little bit, but if we go back here like this, right, and we take this one, there. This bracket does this same exact thing. And now it's completely aligned. Perfect. That way what I was gonna do is put a spreader here because the real one goes down here and then it splits into 2 and grabs on these hold down points on the sides. I'll just put one on the bipod strut, or the aft strut. Right there, and that should be super easy to attach. And now if we give it a way to pick it up, a way for the crane to pick it up like that, then we do 2 struts from there to there. Reattach this piece. It was absolute snapped, so it's easy to figure out where it was. That was the exact position. I think I had it just maybe like a little bit lower like that. And then we can do a singular strut from here to the cubic octag, right? And then we copy this thing. And then we put 2 winches on the sides. That triangulates the tank. There. That should do it. Right? And then this bracket has some like weird holders, like they look like airplane jacks. See them right there? See that little flat panel? So that's probably so the crane can set it down, just like the shuttle jacks. You could just set them down on the floor. Really don't want to pay the part count for this, but it looks weird with just being made out of all struts. And made that bracket way heavier, but that's okay. You know what? Screw it. I don't want to pay the extra part count. The hell with that. The bracket does look a little funky, but it's okay. It'll be super light to pick up. But we do need a way to set the damn thing down, and like I'm not about to put landing gear on this thing, but also I think, you know, just some cubic octags would be fine. Just that's lower than the winch part almost. No, that's not gonna work. Panels? This is the landing gear for my crane rigging equipment. Yeah, you heard that right. Does it look weird? Oh yeah. Will it work? Yes. Well, jury's out on that whole will it work part, but now we have to put the Kerbal ladders on the side so the Kerbals can attach this thing. Hey, October Sky, what's up? All right, I think that's good. Now that's the back bracket. Now, or the top bracket. Now we need the back one. The back one should be more or less just the same thing. Yeah. Should be just the same. Yeah, same thing. We'll just, for now, just to get it out there, we could just carry it. Just carry it on the back here. And then what we can do, put the cubic octag in there, and then get the top docking port for control right there. And these don't need to be as far out for this bracket. And that's something I noticed there, that can't be like that. All right, now this center bracket, I can reduce the part count here. All right, get rid of, for this bracket, I can reduce part count. These things don't need to be like superbly complicated. We could just have that centered right there. We're obviously going to need 2 of these, right? And then we need 2 of the panels to be able to just put the bracket on the ground so it doesn't move, right? That just needs to be below the winch, right? And then what we can do, I can take the docking port, attach the docking port to the other side of the I-beam, right? So when we do this, we go in here like that. If we grandparent strut that, it'll grandparent strut to the first docking port, and vice versa if we flip the hierarchy for whatever reason. That'll keep this thing nice and strong. Right? And then we could place 2 struts in symmetry here off of this that go up to that, right? Move these to the outside. Then we take the winch pieces, move them to the outside, and then remove from symmetry because this one needs to be flipped. The one thing I'm kind of like, about is how are we going to get Kerbals up there? Kerbals are going to need to set those attachment points, dudes. How are we going to do that? We need... A Kerbal is going to need a way to get up on top of the external tank. A cherry picker? Mission Impossible, but could do it. Yeah, we could Mission Impossible it to get a Kerbal up there. That's. How would they have done it with the real one? Oh. Guys with a scissor lift. Yeah, see the two dudes down there? There they are. Oh, well, that makes this a lot easier. And they also do have a freaking man lift back there. Crap. Build a scissor lift in KSP. I don't want to, bro. Don't make me do that. We could build the well, not a telehandler. We could build the man basket. People have been asking for a scissor lift. Yeah, DJ, about that. I was like, no, I don't need to. Yes, I do. Oh, yeah, no, we don't need to. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. About a cherry picker? Yeah. Let me think. What's the easiest way that we have to build something like that? Aqualex, you proposed just taking one of my cranes and just, yeah, repurposing one to be a small cherry picker. There goes another 100 hours of EJ's life into a random lift. I'm trying to think of a way to do it without it. All right, Dons. Catch Space News on the VODs. All right, see you, buddy. I suggested there's a basket you just hook to the gantry. The gantry that has this attached to it. So, Drummer, in this concept of operations, this gets attached there. Now for this, I just put the ladders on the side of the transport vehicle so the Kerbals can attach. They can just climb up and attach it. Easy peasy, right? This one, we don't necessarily need to attach until after the crane is vertical. Or after the tank is vertical. So when the tank's vertical, we can lower this thing down, and the back of the tank, we can just lower the back of the tank near the ground so a Kerbal could just pick it up and attach it. That's no problem, right? It's just for when the tank is horizontal like this, right? I need a way to be able to drop this to attach that. But that means that both of the MST crane and the shuttle assembly crane are they're attached already. So I'm out of, what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm out of cranes, you know? Deployable ladder horizontal access across the VAB structure. Thinking. Am I on the right track here? Hey, Mike, what's going on? When the back... So, Drummer, you said make a man basket. Okay, let's make the bracket the man basket. So a Kerbal can get in, right? So we pick this up, drop it down on the... Or just... we attach to the thing. Kerbal walks up, Kerbal gets in, right? Move this thing up into position. Kerbal gets out of the seat, right? Attaches these. Attaches them. And heck, we could even attach that bracket. And then once that's all fine and dandy, I guess he jumps? No, not necessarily. We could switch back to the crane. We could slack these things. We could slack the connections. And then move this back and down with him in the seat. He gets out, gets back in the transport vehicle, move this up and over, re-slack those connections and call it a day. Yeah? Or he could just jump off. Could do that too. I like this solution. This solution does cost us a little bit of time, but it's one part. Blue sent you this? Nice. Mike, that's cool. Adjustable ladder or ramp attached to the seat or bracket? Bunch of nerds. Yes, they are. All right. You want to test it? So, okay. We have everything that we need made. We have the brackets made, etc., etc. All that's good to go. Here's the question now, dudes. All right. So, we could take this out to the pad and we could test it. We could bring the tank vertical, etc., etc. We could verify and make sure that that works. Your service building needs platforms. Yeah. We could verify that all that works correctly. But we won't be, once we do that, we would basically just take the tank. The tank would just be hanging vertically, and then I'd revert the save back to here. And then what we would need to do is work on the SRBs.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ein, what's up, man? 7213 sub. 6 years. Space travel has come a long way since your first watch. I'm less dumb about space travel since your first watch. Thanks, EJ, for all these years. I was hoping for more. I'll be here. Something like that, Dave. Yeah. All right, dudes. Here, I was thinking about it. What would I have done in a past mission mode? What I would have done in a past mission mode is go and build the SRB transport vehicles and then bring those there, right? I would have done that. Here's what I'm thinking. we should probably just, in any particular case, to test out the shuttle's entire ConOps, what we should do is, well, take the tank vertical and then bring it horizontal again and see if we could set it back down. We should have done that with the shuttle the other day too, but it is what it is. So let's get out there. Let's get Bill with us just in case. He's the engineer. Switch editors. Put that over there. Save. Make sure Bill is still with us. Actually, Val can come too. Let's do this. I know, Lumprod. Yeah, isn't it awesome? I'm upset they don't have Ben Bova's Grand Tour series. Then again, consider I'm upset they don't have my stream on there. I'm not. But also, they got Tim on there. Why not your boy? All right, let's drive our external tank around. Sawyer, you're headed back to Atlanta for the weekend. You're my entertainment while I wait at the airport. Hi. Well, look at this little contraption. So busy now. There you go, Mike. Very excited to be a part of it. Hell yeah. Because you spent 10,000 hours building a crane. Yeah, they'd spent 10 years building a launch pad. So did I. We're made for each other. Saying real? What? It isn't? No one told me that. Pad's out there. It's just... Oh, there we go. Coming into render range now. It's going to render the pad. And the mobile service tower. Boom. Ding. Everything aligned? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar it is. Turbine is flat? I assure you it is not. Enduros out there. Yikes. What is this, Europe? You're driving on the wrong side of the road. I mean, most of Europe drives on the correct side of the road. It's just those damn English. But, yeah. Yeah, there you go. I fixed it. Sorry, I was drunk. Kerbin is flat fisheye. No. You don't have fish eyes, October Sky. You have human eyes, and human eyes are in fact, you know, round. You know, like the shape. They're actually spherical, like the Earth. Ain't nobody gonna tell me the Earth is flat when they have an eye that's a sphere. Boom. How do you know? How do you know? Your eye's a sphere. I don't know. How do you know? You don't. You don't. Can't prove it. Oh no. Nova! We gotta go to the launch pad, Nova. We gotta go to the launch pad to test me tank, mate. We gotta test me tank. Get in the freaking car. Yeah, see, October Sky, somebody gonna come have me be like, oh, the Earth is flat. Be like, how do you know? Well, I did a test. Well, your eye's a sphere. Now what? Now what, ass?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sorry. Charles, how's it going? Did you see we lost Tim Curry and yesterday it was Dolly? Yeah. Now we will escape to the one place that capitalism hasn't gone to yet. Spies! Spies! Gotta get a Bendigo, mate. Gotta get a Bendigo to get me cube. Get me green cube, mate. You know, you chat, you seem like a top bloke, right? Come here, watch the footy game with me, mate. How's that tank moving? I built a very, 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 very specific vehicle to be able to move around. No, I just attached some pieces to my shuttle transporter truck. Charles, the transporter truck is based off of the Kometo. Truck was hidden. Yeah. It's based off of what the Air Force was going to use to move the thing around. That thing. See that? Yeah. I just ripped the shuttle brackets off and put external tank brackets on it so we could move the ET around. Put the Witchley grub on your tank. Ah, Morty, you're so gullible, mate. You didn't know. Yeah, I did. Welcome to the cave of shuttle integration. Guess what I watched yesterday? Vernocule, you don't know. You don't know. You didn't know. Oh, yeah? You didn't know, mate? Come on. Yeah, it did. Okay. You said that before. You're using it. He's a bureaucrat. I don't respect him. Can we get the external tank in there far enough? That's what she said. That is as far as it will go. Is that far enough? No. filled it with diesel. That's a problem. Yeah, we got a problem here. The tank, so okay. The bridge crane, right, can go out to about here. And, you know, we could go lift the tank up, right, with the cables angled, right? But if you do, when you go to lift it up off the ground, it's going to want to go forward and, well, hit the pad. Our shuttle trench is it's too narrow. Diesel rocket? Yeah, what do you think Falcon 9 is? I need to look at the reference, mate. M16A1 also. It's pretty cool. Where's the shot looking down into the deflectors? There it is. What? Just photos. What the hell do you think I want to open it with? So, right here, right here, where all these dudes have that scaffolding, guys, that's where the shuttle's flame trench is. So Vandenberg had 3 flame diverters and 3 trenches for their shuttle launch pad. They had 1 for each SRB. Right there, you could see the trench is right there. It goes down and goes this way. This one goes down and goes that way. It actually goes underneath the fixed service structure, which is super cool, actually. Super trick stuff. This one is crazy. So this flame trench actually goes down and then it takes a left. And the exhaust duct is over there. If we look at, we can get Atlantis there. We don't need that one either. Yeah, so you look at the duct, it goes down and then it goes out. It takes a 90-degree turn to the left, you know, relative to the oncoming gases. The one SRB goes to the right, the other one goes underneath the service structure, goes out that way, either side. So yeah, this would have looked ridiculously cool when it, you know, if it ever launched, right? So right here, they had a plate. See this plate with this metal piece right here, the metal floor? That is actually on a winch, right? And that can actually be pulled up, right? It rotates and it actually forms the shuttle diverter. It forms the well, at least a piece of the diverter here. I can show you right here. Yeah, see, there's a picture of the mount and the structure and everything. Now, I'm telling you this just as additional bits of information. That's still cool. It's still cool to know. That's the deluge system. Yeah, that's the deluge. That wouldn't work. That's not relevant here. I don't know. Not relevant. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and mess with the pictures all day. Long story short, if you look at this structure right here, and you look at it relative to everything else, look at it relative to my service mast umbilicals. Now, I know my TSMUs are in the right spot. I know they're in the right spot because when we stacked the whole stack the other day, we knew that it fit. Everything fit, and it looked right. It looked correct. It looked to be where it should have been. Now, if you look at the TSMU and you look where the outer walls of the shuttle diverter are, they are outside of the damn TSMUs. My shuttle flame trench is too narrow. And yeah, it's too narrow. These need to be out to the, I would guess they need to be out to the sides of the external tank. So we're going to need to get a Kerbal caliper tool, measure the diameter on the tank, and then we need to make the flame trenches the same relative width. Because yeah, there ain't no way that's fitting in there like that. Now, the good news is because we decided to put this thing on the shuttle transporter, right? It's higher up off the ground, right? And I really don't think we are going to need to change the pad structure at all. I think that'll fit. Because the point of the external tank, the front of the external tank basically needs to be at the diverter ledge. Because we need to get the SRB forward attachment points, particularly the integration attachment points, which is that joint socket, that needs to be in range of the bridge crane. So that Hey Bullock, what's up, dude? Something is wrong. Something's wrong. So look, I'm looking at the amount of space that I have from the point of the external tank to here, right? Let's just say it's about 1.5, like of the, like if you look at this, see that line right there and that line right there? This Mark III rocket fuselage has 4 of those. Well, 3 technically. If you look at it, right? You have 1, 2, and 3. So you're cutting the, just imagine that we're going to use these as our unit of measurement, any unit but the metric system, right? We have about 1.5 fuselage sections, right? So 1.5, actually it's about one fuselage segment to get to this wall right here. Now we can widen this, that's no problem. Right? But even if we widen this and we don't need to mess with these fuselages because they don't get in the way, I still need to be able to get so the crane's maximum throw forward is basically lined up with this right here. Oh man, that's gonna be close. That's going to be super close. You do a great job. Thanks, Bullock. Right on, man. Hollow out the ET fuel tanks and put some rooms in it. Free trailer mention? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Sorry, I'm yawning. Slept a lot. What is Falcon 9 going to be used for since it's not launching at KSC anymore? Did you guys read any more of that post? I'll talk about it in space news, guys. Falcon 9 ain't going anywhere. Long story short, it ain't going nowhere. Don't worry about that. Angle the nose up on the ET to be able to go over the diverter. Yeah, wind. Yeah, we might be able to do that. if I can get this, I need to be able to basically move to here. Now, if you're looking at that, that's about 2 fuselages. Oh boy. Is this modded? I have Kerbal attachment system, Casco. But no. Other than Kerbal attachment system, I have Kerbal constructs to build to make a pad out here because there's a lot of parts. I don't want it near KSC, especially if it blows up. So Kerbal constructs, some visual mods, and Kerbal attachment, and that's pretty much it. So like, I'd say like lightly modded, but I do have some of my parts that I made to make my SRB hold down points, but that's about it, dude. Yeah, very, very lightly modded. Great, man, I'm trying this game lately. I already got your first Kerbal stuck on orbit. It's a rite of passage, dude. That's great. So, Cass, what I'm doing here is a little bit more advanced gameplay. I've been playing Kerbal since 2012. I have like 20,000 hours in it or something. So, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I build my own integration buildings. My integration buildings are made out of SRBs. They're empty. They're empty. Don't worry. They have no fuel in them. But yeah, dude, getting your first Kerbal stuck in orbit, that's a rite of passage, baby. Go get them. So now I'm wondering, like, even if I move these out, I really don't think I have enough room. See, now I'm wondering what Vandenberg did, because there's no doubt that they had the exact same problem, right? What was their solution? So, Wine, we could angle the tank up, but then I'd need to... Yeah. We can always get away with that. I do have a lifting jack on this vehicle here, so we could... We could get away with it. But I can't really slide the thing forward with the lifting jack. There's some grass peeking through the pad there. Maybe the crane itself moved. It looks like the SAB crane did move around a little bit, dudes. It definitely moved. But yeah, that's not really the issue here. The issue is the mobile service tower crane, the MST crane. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is why getting out here and testing this was a good idea. So, here's what we do. That's the shuttle assembly building. This is the service tower. Let's move the service tower around here. And let's measure precisely where our maximum throw is. Actually, I need Jeb for a moment. So Jeb, don't look down, buddy. Making more thinking having the ET attached to the transport at an angle. Yeah. Yeah, that thing. So we need to hook up the crane block. You only need to do this for the first time when you put these things out. I'll show you why in a second. Let me go back to the crane. I'm gonna go into the crane UI. There we go. I'm just configuring it. You only need to do this once, but I just, at the end of part 10, I just put the crane out. We didn't configure anything, so. All right, Jebbo. Mission Jeb possible. Okay, so first thing on the list here is, well, we got to see where the maximum throw is on this thing. Like, how far can this crane, like, how far forward can it go? The bridge crane is as far forward as it can be. These cranes do retract. They're on landing gear. I deploy the landing gear, and then we have a jet engine that goes with reverse thrust that moves it out of the way, right? But during integration operations, the crane landing gear is retracted, and we use hydraulics here to push a series of tubes, like a big truck. No, these are my gantries for the gantry crane. I have another setup here. I don't remember these cranes going this slow. Did it always been like that? No. No, it did not. I attached struts here, and the game did not recognize, it does not understand which hydraulic that is attached to. So, if I let that go, now it should work correctly. I was gonna say, I don't remember my hydraulics going this slow, even with the high part count. Alright, vacation was great. Yeah. Yeah, see? Okay. Yeah, we don't need those struts, I guess. Well, we do, but I gotta find another way to attach them. Okay, see if we can drop the boom a little bit. Things shouldn't be twisting, but it's okay. So what we got to do is measure the exact point where more or less throw this crane as far as we can forward. Okay, that's maximum throw. Now let's bring this down and let's see how close it is. Wow. Oh, that's bad. So, our proportions on the launch pad structure is completely wrong. The reason why is because, to be honest with you, this is left over from a previous SLC-6 build that I tried to do and failed miserably, where I just made it look nice and didn't really measure any proportions or anything. Not that big of a deal. Once again, we can widen these, and we can move the TSMUs around. We could always, you know, get some approximates here. And then approximate measurements, or get close measurements that are close enough, scale them into KSP, and then go from there. That's not that big of a deal. It's just that requires redesigning the launch pad, which, I mean, you know what, dudes? I was about to say, oh, that's a big pain in the butt. It really isn't. It's really not. It's not that big of a problem. Now, can you make it so the crane can roll forward more? No. Ordon, I am pretty much out of room for going backwards with the crane. We don't really have much throw. I made it so the crane basically has a reach from about here, just behind the center line, I guess, to about where we are now. Yeah, I don't really have much more room on the tail end. Hey Thomas, 13-month resub. Now, oh, okay. All right, Will, where are we on the external tank? We're about halfway in between each thing here. In between each of those cubic octaves. Yeah.
Discovery,
Hey, Cajun.
go at throttle up.
I can't tell you I get AM to have SpaceX an hour away from you now. Yeah. Yeah, and not only an hour away, the biggest spaceport humanity has ever built. Just cut the end of the stops off the crane. If my boss did it, it's perfectly safe. My crane isn't blue, so we can't do that. Creeper, the amount of time it would take to engineer something like that to get this thing to move, etc., we could have just words. Sorry. Could have just widened this sucker out. I mean, I'm not too worried about making it wider. I'm wondering if we have the space this way. I know that the service tower crane is built correctly. This is scaled correctly to the real one. Well, actually, I don't know that for sure. I'm pretty sure it's close, though. Is SpaceX going to be able to do more launches? They can do it. You can get anywhere from there, Cajun. You could launch out at sea and then just take a left and get to an ISS orbit or whatever. It's not a big deal. Is it possible to attach the triangulation bit of the bracket to the boom and pull it closer? It would scrape the tank. We'd basically be pulling the tank up onto the launch pad, right? Guys, I don't mind redesigning the pad a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to redesign. And part of that was figuring out where this throw kind of ends. It's basically the end of the these fuselages is where the maximum reach for the service tower crane is. Now, let's take a look. Here's a shot of Vandenberg of them lifting the tank up. Interesting. Okay, so in that shot, here's the T-trailer. This is where the hold down points are because we know the trailer attaches to the SRB attachment points, which is where they hoist from. The tagline is going down, and that's parallel in this picture. And that's way out in front of the... That's way out in front. Hold on. I need to look at more pictures. There's a cross section of the bridge crane with the payload changeout room, the PCR attached to it. So, look, it's divided into sections. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sections over here. So this section should be about half of the length of the structure. Right? Did I do that right? Right? Yeah, I did. It's proportional. So, maximum throw here should be right out in front of the angular part of the crane. No, it goes way further in that picture. There's some proportions that aren't exactly correct here, and we got to figure out what they are. Yeah, Creeper, I don't want to do that, you know? Replace the beanie cap with a hard hat and drag it up the wall, yeah. No, that's not what I want. So this is a picture after they abandoned the pad. Note that the TSMU is not there. Tail surface mast umbilical is non-existent.
Discovery,
MacV.
go at throttle up.
So, how far in front does the crane stretch in front of the TSMU? It's not very far. Yeah, it's not far at all, actually. And the shuttle, the flip down panel right here, definitely doesn't go much further than the crane. Like, see, there's the front of the mobile service tower. There's the stopper for it. And the stopper is pretty much aligned with that part of the trench. Let's look at ours. Oh, ours is way out in front. That's in the correct spot. That's in the correct spot. Wish I could get witness marks on my external tank here. Yeah, I just think we're not wide enough. That's all. Yeah, we ain't wide enough. This piece right here that's behind my head, that square, see the square piece? It's just not wide enough. That's all. Yeah, I don't think it's really anything more than that. There's a picture of the same diverter from the service tower, basically from a different angle. Look at that guy. He's just hanging out. Welding up that SRB hold down point. Most people don't want to get wider. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Do I need to eat this whole pizza by myself? No, but I'm gonna.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey drummer, 120 months, 10 years. It's actually insane to think about how far I've changed. The channel's grown and even Twitch has changed. Here's to another 10 years supporting whatever it is you decide to do in years to come. Likewise, man. Thank you for being here. Really, I mean it. Pasta does that to a man with age. Yeah, you're not kidding. All right, so let's take a look. The outside walls of the shuttle flame duct here are more or less lined up with the SRB attachment points. Let's check. Are ours lined up with the SRB attachment points? No. No, they are not. Not even close. Well, yeah, no, they're not. Yeah, these need to be out. Basically, the inside wall of this needs to be on the outside there. That's where that needs to go. Yep. So, is the entire wall of that wide? Yeah, for the most part. TSMU is kind of hanging a little bit over the wall, if anything. Okay. But since the tank tapers together, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's go back to this other picture of them lifting the tank up. The nose of the tank is definitely peeking into the shuttle flame duct here in this picture. And the hold downs are just slightly ahead of this. So how far out is the flame duct mounts? Like, when do they angle down relative to the TSMU? I'm just checking here. So if we use the width of the TSMU as a length of measurement or unit of measurement here, that's about 1.5 TSMU length out. That would put it basically right here. So yeah, okay. These are too far out and they're too thin. So this, yeah, we need to move these components around a little bit. Taking these, shortening them, and making them a little bit wider should give me what I'm looking for. They need to go about 20 centimeter out in either direction, if I'm looking at that right. And we don't really need to shorten them. Doesn't really matter. If they're wide enough to take the widest part of the external tank, it's not that big of a deal. Seems all right to me, dudes. Yeah, I'm just thinking, is there anything else? Is there anything else we need to see here? Man, I'm happy that we chose to test this. That would have sucked otherwise. I'm just looking around and see if there's anything else that's weird here. We could probably do with moving this, getting the crane to just move a little bit more forward. Hey, Venture. Urban Venture. What's up, man? Thanks for the raid. I'm having some fitment problems with my damn shuttle stack, and I'm not happy about it. You two were having launchpad issues? Rite of passage, man. Okay, so what do we do here? I'd have to basically pick up the entire pad, and we got to put it back into the SPH, the whole pad. And we really won't know if the external tank parts are good or not. Damn. All right, I'm thinking about what we're gonna do. We got about an hour until we gotta start space news. Yeah, let's. Now, okay, one last thing I was thinking about, guys, is I gotta see how this fuselage is attached. We could shorten everything here and kind of go from there. This plate doesn't really go much further. Okay. Hang on. There is another thing, guys. So, in order to save parts, I didn't put fuselages here to make a floor. So in the past, what I've done with pads is I've made a flat area, and then we've driven up onto that flat area. I've driven my stuff up onto the flat area, and then we've picked it up. Now, here's the other thing that I'm looking at here, dudes. Well, take a peek. If we had made this the deck surface right here, right? And the shuttle transporter vehicle, if the wheels were at this height right here, I don't think we would have had any issues. I don't think we would have had a problem at all. Because take a look at this picture. Look. The external tank hold down points are almost... They're closer to this surface up here. The pad deck surface, rather than the ground, right? So that would put... If we were doing regular integration, like if we were integrating with this as the ground level, not down here, that would put this point, the ET hold down point would be somewhere up here, which means the wheels would be right here, which means the point of the external tank would be over here, which means that, yeah, I mean, we still wouldn't have been wide enough, like, but not by much, like this still would have worked, but point is, I would have been able to drive it in a lot closer. Yeah. If this was the surface, we would have been able to drive it closer. Okay. Make the ET holder brackets taller. We could rarest, but that would quite possibly be one of the goofiest looking vehicles we've ever designed. I'm not sure I'm ready to take an aesthetic hit like that. You know? I don't think I'm ready for that, dude. It would look so strange. No, I'm not doing that. I've decided I hate it. I've decided I hate it a lot. The other thing to take into account is needs a bigger square hole. That's right. Honestly, we gotta... I might just get rid of the fuselage there. We need to shorten it. Because the bracket, eventually, I'm going to need to be able to bring this bracket into position, right? We're not going to use this every time with the external tank, and if we want to reuse the brackets, which we can do, right? We can absolutely reuse them. I don't see why we can't. This bracket would need to get into a position where the bridge crane can catch it. Oh dear. Oh dear, we got an issue. We got a problem here. Yeah, we're gonna need to, guys. I gotta redo some stuff with the pad. I'm pretty damn sure. Let's do that for the last hour of Kerbal. Yeah, we don't really have a choice. Kind of sucks because I need to get the pad and so we'll mess with this in a moment. We have to take the pad down, which sucks. Can you add a couple booster segments for a ramp to the pad? So that's more parts, Drew. Widening the pad is fine. That's okay. Is there a lift you could put on the tank transporter to lift the pointy end of the tank up? Fluffy, I'd prefer to have less moving parts. The Wine over in the YouTube chat suggested that too. I mean, it's not a bad way to do things. It's... Hey, Christian. How am I doing? Oh, I'm doing just fine. Thank you. All right. Let's switch the revision. Prototype Launchpad revision 3, just in case if I screw something up, we can go back to a configuration I know that works. All right, so this stuff. Night, Sun Temple. Dude, I can tell that this is something that I built a long time ago because the way I hierarchically put it together is awful. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, this is trash. I'm getting rid of it. I hate the way I put this together. It's absolutely awful. It's really, really bad. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hierarchy, yeah. I'm amazed this hasn't exploded the way I put this together. Well, yeah. Just get rid of all this. Okay, so that's the SRB fueling controller. That's no big deal. That can stay there. Get rid of one of these. Now, here's how we can do this. I'm going to shorten this up. Interesting. Yeah, Drew, yeah. It wasn't stupid, it's iterative design. You can make it better next time. Yeah, well, this... Yeah. I just gotta redo all this. It's not that big of a deal. Really, it's not that big of a problem. Where I'm really kind of hung up is... Oh, to be honest, I'm not really hung up. This is just something we gotta do. Yeah. There's a strut there. Anywhere else? No, not really. So here's... Can we... Yeah, well, here's what we got to do. Give me this piece. We need the half fuselage, right? half fuselage can go right in position with the rest of this stuff. Right? And then, see, well, obviously we don't have any space here. Give me a singular. Shut it out, no fuel. And then what I can do is just do that. Have it go straight down instead. That should give us a wide enough spread here for this. This is making you want to commit to a realism overhaul playthrough. Man, I don't know why you'd want to do that to yourself. Okay. And then for the downward parts, I was using these swept wings. And because I shortened them, I don't think we need to... Put the wing. Which should be rubber. Yeah, Kubel, I'm here. How goes the shuttle? Good. I got the tank transport vehicle built, and I went to test it, and I figured, see, Kraken, we figured out that the pad dimensions aren't correct, so I'm just widening out the shuttle flame diverter part here. I'm widening it out a little bit so we can test the tank. Guys, just deleting this and shortening that up may have done it. That might do it for us here. Honestly, and this is going to be like way less parts too, so... Wanted to catch the last stream, but inconveniently there was no time. Have you made any progress? Yes, yeah. Hold on. I'm just resizing some things here. Merge. Get a docking port right here like this. The struts and everything don't need to be all fastened and stuff. Just get rid of that for a moment. And that'll make it so the external tank has an open attachment point. There we go. This just needs to be the shape. That's it. I don't need struts. Like, this isn't like a whole vehicle or whatever. Like, doesn't matter. This is all I'm looking for. Now, if I just temporarily take the transporter and we reroute it to the side part here and then reattach, there we go. I have a little temporary docking mechanism here, and now we can look at the external tank and its relative connections. Now, let's check a couple of things here. So, this is where the ET kind of rolls there. If it rolls all the way in, we got to center it first. Get us on the center line. What the witchly problem? We need to get the external tank basically to here. So my tank is scaled correctly. I know my tank is scaled right. The pad is definitely not, and the bridge crane doesn't look like it reaches enough. So, all right. We know that that's not a thing. So take this, move it back. How far can the external tank go in? How much space do we have? Right there is about as far as it can go. Good news. Well, I don't want to have to redesign the stupid crane. Battery Fitty, you've been playing KSP on baby mode. Holy crap, I've never seen anything like this. I'm building SLC-6, dude. The whole thing. The whole launch complex. Yeah. Integration, cranes, everything. I'm just using Kerbal Attach, some visual mods, and Kerbal Construct, so I have a nice flat place to build. But, yeah, dude, we're building that. And it ain't for show either. I'm building it to put a shuttle together so I can reuse my shuttle. I want to launch my shuttle up into space, right? Launch it up off the pad into space. You know, if I can get to the SRBs, they could parachute down. We don't need to use the external tank. Shuttle goes up, does shuttle things, comes back down, right? If it has payload, right, that it needs, like, if it has payload that's coming back down, right, it could bring it back down, right? And, dude, I'm talking like land the shuttle on the runway, pick it up, put it on a transporter, put it into a processing facility, right? Which I haven't made yet. Pulling old payloads out, putting new payloads in, right? Going out of the processing facility, dragging it to this, right? Taking the thing vertical. Taking it vertical. You know, go from horizontal to the vertical position, which is, we've tested that already. See? Attaching it to the stack and sending it again. That's what I want to do, dude. That's what we're doing. I already tested the shuttle, which is why this is pissing me off, but I tested the shuttle by just placing the external tank and boosters on the pad already. I never got to this point. So I never realized that that wasn't wide enough. Yeah, ran into a little bit of a problem there. That's okay. It's not that big of a deal. What this is telling me is that, so guys, the pad plate here, this whole thing, all the panel structure that you see right here, I just made that for show. That's from a really old version of the SLC-6 pad when I tried to make it. Like, I don't know when I did this, guys. I might have the original files around, loaded into the save, but I tried to build SLC-6 a little while back. And by a little while back, I mean like maybe a decade ago. It would be down here, the original files. I don't know. There's the OPFs. Dude, the new launch complex is in the exact spot for sun synchronous launches for data centers, just saying. Yeah, it's really good for that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I have it loaded in. But then again, how did I get it? How did I get the craft file in here if that wasn't the case? It's got to be in here. Do you plan to do a Shuttle Block 2 version? Starship reference. Oh, I don't know. I could have sworn it was in here. I have thousands of craft files loaded into this save, dudes. There's the Kometo. NG full stack prototype. No, it's not in here. I must have loaded it from another save. It's okay. Long story short, I built this probably a decade ago. Maybe a little less. This is just here for show. That's just there to look nice. None of it is scaled correctly. None of it is made to the fidelity of the rest of this. Go into the Windows directory. We could go in here like this. Yeah, that's probably a better way to do it. If anything, it would be in here. EJ Space Administration. Ships. SPH. I would have called it like Shuttle Pad or something. There's the MDD, orbiter. Any latest pictures of the Forte ship? Yeah. Big news, Kappa. I saw that post, Sea Kraken. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, it's easier to look through it here. Maybe it's in the regular engineering mode save.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know what I called it, dude. I don't remember. Cargo. ET2. Stack prototype, Kometo, main orbiter. That's the NG. That's Block 4. That's not the Mark 5. MDD, MDD2, MDDB. I don't know what that means. There's 905, OPF, CTS and GOPF. So this looks like it's in the regular engineering mode save. So no. No, 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 don't save. Why did you do that? Why? I didn't click on that stupid freaking thing. I don't even know where it came from. Oh, it's the vertical that's right there. R3 craft files compromised. No, I'm not hitting undo. Undo breaks craft files. Hey, Flip Up, 56-month resub. We need Kerbal Green Peacicles. Oh, yeah, no, we should do that. That's a good idea. Let's see. Let's reload the craft file, see if it's there. It's not giving me an option to, oh, you changed something. Are you sure? Well, it's there now. That's good. I know it must have been loaded. It has to be loaded in one of these engineering mode craft files here. It has to be. The reason why is because that is the original one, and I would have had to have had the craft file somewhere. It would have had to have been around. Mobile lawn chair. 685 parts. No thumbnail image. Wonder what that is. Aries 1. There's one with flame diverter. Maybe it'll appear in a Google Drive like SCRV is supposed to do. Maybe you should shut up. Maybe you should shut up. Sorry. maybe you should shut up. Love you, buddy. Oh, wait a minute. Guess that means, dude, you legitimately asked me like 2 years ago for that craft file. It might even be 3 years. I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, dude, this is the old stuff. I never got rid of any of my craft files, ever. I never delete craft files. That's why this Kerbal save takes forever to load. There's probably like 1,500 craft files loaded into it, and I don't care. Oh, NG pad prototype. There it is. Got it. And there's the stupid freaking craft file. Huh. Interesting way to do that. But dude, this craft file has like all the flame trenches and diverters and stuff. It doesn't need all of it, but I put it there because it looks cool. It so does not need all of that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's wide enough. This prototype is wide enough. Oh no. This is right. It's right, which means I changed it when we built the new version of the pad. Because I started noticing things. Look. See, I'm using these medium panels here, the SPS12, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's 5 across, and there's a gap right there. See the gap? Here's a screenshot from us testing the other day. 1, 2, 3. Damn it! I was right! Why did I change it? What am I doing? Oh! I could have done this correctly, man. Why? Give us your best, Ryan Gosling. Damn it! Is that good enough? Are we gonna bleed out in a snowstorm now? But yeah, it looks like the dimensions, we got the dimensions right. Now with this, so you want to know what I was trying to do? Eyes are bigger than my stomach here. You want to know what I was really trying to figure out here? If you notice, this isn't exactly the same as SLC-6. I made a split diverter here. The split diverter is right underneath the external tank. You know why I did that? Because at the time I was like, oh, I want to make this pad launch SLS as well. I wanted to launch both of them. So I put the space for the 4 engines in the flame trench. So this is wide enough, dudes. It'll complicate things. I'm happy that past EJ got it right. I'm annoyed at other past EJ that I went and changed it. But then again, it's okay. This is not a bad problem to have. If anything, we figured it out before we went any further. Because how much would it have sucked, right? If I built the SRB transport vehicles, we get everything out there, only to figure out we can't pick up the SRBs in the external tank. And then I would have been even more pissed off. So it's good. It's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine here. We're all fine here now. Everything is fine here. Situation normal. So, honestly, not the worst problem to have, because this was a problem and it was going to be a problem whether we liked it or not. So figuring it out sooner rather than later is probably better. SLS at SLC-6 would be sick. It'd be something. Now with this, see, I changed everything around. With this, dudes, I decided that I didn't want to launch SLS from this because, so I didn't put the diverter in with this design. It was one of the things that I changed. Now, with all that being said, right? With all that being said, if I could put a shuttle stack together, I could put a shuttle C stack together. That was my That was my thoughts here. We don't need SLS. We don't need that. We could launch a Shuttle C instead. Plus, there's another thing that I was really thinking about that we really could do that you guys would probably really enjoy. It involves shuttle-derived launch vehicle architecture. I think you guys would appreciate it. Just saying. Ares? Oh, well, we could do Ares, sure. No, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is, yeah, that might not do what we want exactly. What I wanted to do is take an SLS, right? And instead of the 4 shuttle engines, you put 4 nuclear engines down there. And send it. And now, the nuclear engines aren't going to give you any good carrying capacity. Like, if anything, that'll barely make it into space because nuclear engines don't really put out a lot of thrust, right? But you don't need an upper stage on SLS if you're going to do that. So you could, you know, you have the nuclear stage, right? You don't need the liquid oxygen tanks, right? You just need the hydrogen tank, right? So what you could do is take the core stage and make it into a transfer vehicle. So we could launch this, and instead of an external tank, right, we put our core stage in there, and where the LOX tank is, you just put a fairing, basically. Just a fairing. That's it. That's all you need. Right? And in that fairing, right, you could put a space station. And then you send it all the way up there. Right? The forward fairing deploys, SRBs separate, it goes all the way up, nuclear engines burn all the way into space, right? You circularize, you deploy the forward fairing on it, and it has a docking port and it has solar panels, and then you basically turn an SLS core stage into a transfer vehicle, an interplanetary transfer vehicle. That was my idea. That would work. That would work with this. We could do that. Sure. Otherwise, I would need to, if we wanted to just make an SLS, I would have to like double the size of this thing. And we would have to go redesigning the launch plate like we did before. Now, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't really mind doing that. We could do that, but we could modify the plate now because we have to redesign it anyway. But, yeah. That's scope creep. We shouldn't do that. We'll do that later. Shuttle C or my core stage ideas, we'll just do that. That's no big deal. What is this strut running to? Nothing. Okay. This all needs to be redesigned, dudes. Which kind of blows, but it is what it be. So it do. Sometimes it do be like that, guys, so. Okay, that's tomorrow's project. We have to redesign all this. I have to redo all this. We have to mess around with the TSMUs. Yeah, I'm not gonna do a hybrid pad that could launch either one. I'm not doing that. All right, well, so where does that leave us? Guys, the other thing I'm thinking is like, dude, even if we redesign the launch plates, we might have a problem with the service tower crane might not. It might not reach. We might need to redesign the crane to give it a little bit more throw, which... or make it so it can move a little bit more forward. We can do that by... well, here, let's, you know what we'll do? Take this, move that to the most forward position. Take this, move that to the centered position, right? And then give me... Hey, Wisnia, how are you? Fire the CAD guy. Nice, Blaz. That's cool. I'm just trying to see how far forward we can really get this crane before it becomes a problem. I don't even think it needs to go that far. Actually, right there. That should do us right. Provided the tank isn't hitting anything. I don't think it is. That's good enough. So I'm adjusting where the cranes positions, the final position of the cranes are. That's the stopper. That can be the, no. I'm just moving the SAB and the MST around. If we take a beam, right, and we... That gets us an approximate there. We could use that as the stopper. NASA Venture Star, my beloved Venture Star. Venture Star? What about it? What about Venture Star? You know, I made that, right? Tomorrow's project. Somebody say Venture Star? That's what I heard, Aqualex. Did you hear that? A design I wish I saw in real life. I can't get you one in real life, but... Yeah? Yeah? We don't have linear arrow spikes, so I just use shuttle engines instead. Cuba, you really want to see something cool? Watch this. Amber, you got your son to turn the stream on? Can you explain what you're doing circa 1985, the history and such? Sure. Ignore this part. Ignore this part real quick. Just ignore this part real quick. Just Cuba, look at this. Look. Reusable. I built the pad for it too. Yep. I never figured out a way to move payloads in and out of it. But there you go. That's Venture Star's pad, yes. I have an ungodly amount of time trying to get this thing to work. Anyway, so what am I doing? I'm currently working on building a shuttle pad right now. I want to build a fully reusable shuttle launch pad. And that involves all the cranes and everything that you need to put a new stack out. Because if I'm going to reuse the shuttle without hitting the recovery button, right? You need to build your own integration buildings, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I build my integration buildings out of SRBs. They're very, very strong, and they make really good truss segments for buildings. What I'm figuring out specifically right now is trying to figure out my shuttle external tank, like the dimensions that I need on the pad to be able to pick up the tank. What this is, if any of these buildings look familiar in any way, shape, or form, is that Vandenberg Air Force Base Shuttle Launch Site, or Space Launch Complex 6. It's a West Coast shuttle pad that was built and never used. I have all kinds of cool pictures from it right there. There's a picture of the shuttle inside of it. Yep. There's a picture of a shuttle stack being tested on the California coast. I'm building that. All those SRBs that you see, those are those buildings right here. This upside down L-shaped building and this trapezoidal building right there. That's what all that is. My pad dimensions are a little bit wrong because they needed to integrate right at the pad. See these two posts right here? These two things, these two steel metal walls, they were too close to each other. So I couldn't get the external tank in to be able to pick it up and stack. So I'm redesigning the pad plate right now. Why did they make a pad and not use it? Challenger. Do you have Starbase Live open? I do. If you hear background music, background noise, yeah. Oh yeah, Amber? I don't think so. Cubal's been in here before. Either way. Yeah, when I play Kerbal, guys, look, I have like 20,000 hours in KSP at the very least. You don't get to this point with more or less a stock game without doing some really, really crazy stuff. And that's what we're doing. We're doing crazy stuff here. Next project, fully functional Venture Star pad. The Venture Star pad pretty much works, dudes. I just wanted the shuttle. That's all. The shuttle was always the one that got away because it's so much more complicated putting the damn stack together. But yeah. What about reusable Sea Dragon? Rocket Guy, a buddy of mine, did that. Anyway, what I was testing is the new position for the mobile service tower here. Funky. I don't like that. That'll work. Is there space news today? Yes. This will get us the throw that we need, guys. I just moved the SAB and the MST's positions a little bit different relative to the pad. All right. To do, redo, launch, block, mount. Guys, I don't like how far forward the MST is here. Really don't want it to go that far forward. That was its original stopping point. I gotta redo some of the pad components. That's all. I'm really trying as best as I can to not redo the mobile service tower any more than it needs to. But then again, if we have to make the throw further, we have to make the throw further. That's kind of the way she goes, man. Oh, it was awesome, Ivan. Yeah. Yeah, this needs a complete overhaul. I mean, yeah. In space news, will you be talking about? Yeah. You know what? Maybe tune in and you'll find out. Tune in and you will find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. There's just one more thing I gotta check. I just need a side profile here of the service tower, and no, well, that's a good picture, but that's not gonna do us right. No. Where's that shot of the dude holding the M16? That's... Yeah, see? The mobile service tower. The center line of the service tower is lined up with the center line of the stack. Interesting. And now, that's the back walk on the service tower right there, and then there's the back of the service tower over there. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much in tolerance here. That's all right. Yeah, okay. Let's just look. I just want to finish this right now, but that's okay. we'll do space news at 5:30 regardless, guys. So if you're looking forward to that, yeah, we'll be here for it. What's the hang up now? External tank fitment is not really what I want. Yeah, this, guys, this entire structure right here, that's all panels, needs to be redone. That's all. It's not that big of a deal, but tomorrow we'll do it. We'll fix it all tomorrow. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, we can go on Google Earth. We can look at the dimensions of SLC-6 because the structures are still there. They're still there on Google Earth. They are not there anymore. All of this was demolished. Everything that you see on the screen right here was demolished by SpaceX a month ago for Falcon stuff. Yeah, Cubal, I've seen it. We're going to talk about that for Space News. So we're going to go from doing launch pads in Kerbal to talking about launch pads during Space News that are being built in real life. You know? So, you know, that's cool. Hey, Nutman, wondering, what am I building? Yeah. Nutman, I'll do one last spiel through about what I'm making. I'm making that. Well, that's a nice picture, but it's not the whole picture. That's the whole picture. Everything you see on the screen, I am making in Kerbal, and I'm making it 100% functional because I want to reuse space shuttles. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to make all that to reuse the shuttle? Yes. Aren't there other ways? Yes. But I figured that building a VAB-sized building in KSP would probably be a little bit taxing. You know, crawler transporter, mobile launcher platform, VAB, that would probably, I mean, that would be cool. That'd probably be a little bit much, don't you think? So, I'm using the shuttle pad that was engineered out at SLC-6 in Vandenberg, because I think this is, it probably is a little bit better for Kerbal to understand than building a VAB, a 520-foot tall building in Kerbal out of SRBs. Probably, I mean, we could do it. That'd be kind of cool, but... You know? Yeah, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah, no, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that's what I'm working on. Unfortunately, I ran into some issues. The other thing is, I know those struts are bad. And we know that those struts are bad too. Is this a rocket? It's a rocket launch pad. It doesn't look like it, but there. It's the launch pad. It builds the rocket on the pad, and then I launch it. I hit the wrong button. How long will it take to build this? About halfway done with this project. Yeah, I'm about halfway done. Give me one sec. I just wanna... Yeah, I don't want to... I messed something up, and it's with the pad. I don't think it's with the throw on the crane, but I need to sit here and fiddle with this more until, I need to sit here and mess with it more until we, yeah, to tell you exactly what's wrong. I missed a quackulation somewhere. It's not great. What the heck is going on up there?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. I'm going to take 5 and then we'll start space news. Yeah, the pad structure, we got to redo it. It's not going to take very long. Don't worry. It was an unknown. And as much as I want to make a joke, like it was an unknown. It's fine. The relationship between everything here needs to be redone. Not by much. Anyway. All right. Cool. All right. Good jumping back into it, dudes. Yeah, give me... Crap, it's like 5:30. I'm just going to go grab a handful of goldfish for my lunch, and then I'll be right back. I should probably go check on Bree, too. So give me 15 minutes, maybe? Something like that. We'll do part 12 of the SLC-6 build tomorrow. Yeah, same time, same place. How's the car coming along? I haven't made a lot of progress. I'm redoing the automotive setup right now, Nutman. It's in pieces. The garage looks like a bomb went off. There's just stuff everywhere. I can't show you a picture of it because I need the auto streaming computer to do that, but yeah, don't worry. I am redoing the auto streaming setup over the next couple of days. It's going to be pretty good. It's going to be pretty good. Pretty good. Can we see the vintage NASA documentary? Sure. All right. On YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected. And I'll see you in part 12.